Okay, Andy, that's us live now, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Communities Committee, which is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Could I remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you're not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write "Speak" in the Teams chat function, and you will be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you to either leave the Teams meeting for that period, or you could write "leave" in the Teams chat function and then join. This will allow us to monitor the member presence. Today marks the 10th anniversary of the publication of the Christie Commission report on the future delivery of public services. The 4 principles identified in that report: empowerment of individuals and communities, integration of services, prevention of negative outcomes, and efficiency, are as relevant today as they were on the 29th of June 2011. During the course of the coming week, COSLA is sharing examples of projects from across the country that deliver on the Christie report. Our Council will be doing the same at local level, and it is very appropriate that our committee agenda today leads off that programme. If you look through the issues that we will be discussing today, and they all contribute to the 4 principles one way or another, because we are front and centre of this work. As you can see, we have a very comprehensive agenda to work through today. Okay, just to ensure we're not doing a night shift, it's important that we all do our best to keep focused on the strategic issues, and clearly operational issues can be dealt with offline. And I'll be very strict in that ruling. If any member comes in with a ward issue, they'll be referred to EMES or appropriate officer. The last thing I'd just like to say here, I have an urgent item of business regarding Afghan locally employed people being resettled in Dumfries and Galloway, and it is my intention to take this item at the end of the open meeting as agenda item 30A. And again, just for ease, given we've got a significant volume of papers here, when I'm introducing a paper, I will then use volume 1 will be the main paper we got from the Council. Volume 2 would be the ones that came out on the 22nd of June, and I'll be referring to the ones that came out on the 23rd of June as volume 3. And of course there's a late paper on that. So if, given the order is slightly, isn't the same as the printed order, so that's just for ease of navigating our way through the papers today. Okay. I think that's all the housekeeping. So can I go to the Sederant apologies? Claire, can you provide the Sederant indicating who is participating remotely, and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've one apology this morning. That's from Councillor Howie. Currently 3 members not present, being Councillors Blake, McCammon and Tate. For the benefit of everybody...
McCammon's present.
For the benefit of everybody online, we've got 4 members present in the hall, being Self-Chair, the Vice-Chair and Councillor Scobie and Stitt. All the other members are present on Teams.
Okay, according to standing orders, I'm confirming my agreement to the participation of members named as participating remotely. Just the last thing before we move on to the next part is I tend to take our lunch break probably around 30 minutes. I would think around 1 o'clock. Okay, and again, just remind everybody, let's stick to strategic issues today rather than ward issues to get us through this very heavy agenda. Right, so thank you, everybody. So, declaration of interest.
Sorry, Chair, may I come in? I have Ian Blake, apologies, please, from him. Thanks.
Can you not jump in, please? Could you go speak in the Teams function?
Apologies, Chair. I put my hand up. Yes, I'll use speak. Thank you.
Okay, Pauline, I'll take you first. Yeah.
It's just apologies coming in on the wrong method. It's just to put apologies in for Ian Blake this morning, please, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Ian Blake's and absentees and apologies. Thank you very much. I'm using the clerk here to keep me right in terms of order of speaking. Claire, who's next?
Okay, thank you. You've got two members wishing to make a declaration, being Councillors McGregor and Davidson, and Councillor McCammon is also now present in the meeting. Okay, so Councillor McGregor first, then Councillor Stitt. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to declare an interest in item 20 in my capacity as Consular Resources spokesperson. I'm currently in discussions on behalf of all councils with Scottish Government regarding resourcing of Cycle 1 projects. Don't believe that the interest is such that I'll need to leave the meeting, but I wanted it to be recorded. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. That's good. Davy?
Item 6, page 49, para 3.4, the bit of land at Craigmarth Terrace. I was approached by the couple who own the house and I passed them on to Nick Lane at Property Services. No, that will affect the decision today, but I thought I'd bring it to your attention.
Okay, so you'll stay in the meeting for that. Yeah, thank you. Willie?
Item 17, Chair. I'm involved in the Scottish Week. I will have to leave the meeting, but I'll take your guidance in terms of how you're dealing with that item. There's a whole plethora of applications there.
Right, that's the all the grants to the voluntary organisations. I think, okay, it's in your hands what you want to do there, but I would suggest that there's hardly a voluntary organisation in the region that councillors aren't involved in some way or other. I don't see a problem with you staying in the meeting, but I'll leave that to you. You at the end of the day make that decision. Yeah.
It's just in terms of how you do, with all the other applications, whether you take them in block, then I would have to leave, or whether you take them.
The intention at this moment is to take them on block and the recommendations of the scoring panel.
And I'll leave.
Okay, is that happy with that? Yep.
I'll leave then.
Thank you. Anyone else there? Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Item 17, Appendix 2. I am appointed to the Dalbeattie Community Initiative as from the Stewart Area Committee. It's an outside body. I don't consider the interest to be sufficient to leave, but wanted it noted. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Rob. Anyone else clear? No, in that case, thanks for the declarations of interest. I'll move on in that case to item number 3, the minute of the meeting of the 6th of April. And this minute is just for noting. Are we happy to note?
Noted.
Okay, and we heard nothing to the contrary, so that's noted. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the agenda proper now. Item 4, Communities Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for 2021 for the period ended the 31st of March 21. Report by the Director of Communities, and that refers to Volume 1 on page 37. So the report provides members with the final outturn information in relation to the community service budget for 2021 within the context of the COVID-19 emergency response and subsequent recovery. We've got Caroline McQuiston available in Teams to take any questions on this report. Caroline, is there anything you'd like to add? Are we ready to go straight to questions?
Ready to go straight to questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Morning, Chair. Sorry, apologies, I'm probably a bit late on this. I was trying to get in before you started on agenda item number 4, but it's probably not, I'm not able to mention it now as you've moved on. Is that correct?
It depends what it is, Pauline.
It was just to say, as a group, we were just wanting to mention that we do accept that the agenda is extremely heavy today, and we did get a lot of items late on in the day, but we just wanted to mention that for some of the exempt items, for example, agenda item number 3, if we don't have tablets, we don't seem to be able to access these exempt items. So it's just a point to note, and if someone could feed back to us how we can get hold of these exempt items before meetings take place, we'd be very grateful. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Okay, I'll get the team to work on that to make sure everybody's got access before we reach that stage, okay? Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks, Pauline. So let's go back now to Caroline. Is there anybody any questions for Caroline?
Willie?
Just a note, Chair, and recognise the excellent work that local government staff has done and still doing during COVID.
Okay, thanks very much, Willie. I think everybody agrees with that, so I don't see any contention there. No other speakers, Claire? Okay, in that case, then I'll move to recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations set out in 2.1 to 2.4? Okay, thanks very much. We'll move on to item number 5, further development of the capital investment strategy, review of asset class funding report by the Director of Communities. This is a standalone paper 3. So the report provides details of the submissions prepared in relation to the 3 asset classes that report to this committee as part of the short-term review of the asset class funding agreed by full council on the 4th of March this year. The report provides details of the current funding levels and estimated funding levels required in future years to inform the wider review of the funding of all the council's asset classes. In addition, the report considers, as requested, as part of the wider review process, the possible relative investment prioritisation for the Communities Committee across the 3 asset classes. With respect to the potential allocation of the Council's capital slippage from the financial year 2021, the report suggests additional funding of £5 million across the 3 asset classes, and the appendices of the report identify a range of projects and programmes within the asset classes that this additional funding could be allocated to. It is the intention that when Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee agree the amount of any additional allocation to these asset classes, that this committee would then agree the specific projects and programmes that relate to the level of allocation made. Now we've got Harry Hay and Stephen Herriot are available on Teams to take any questions. So I'll just ask the 2 officers, is there anything they'd like to add to this, or are they happy going straight to questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, thanks, Chair.
You okay, Stephen? Yeah.
Nothing to add, Chair, thanks.
Thank you very much. So we'll go straight to questions. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. A lot of information here, and I have to admit, it took me a couple of reads through this just to get my head around it all, but there's a couple of points for clarification, and I'll go through them. 3 points of clarification. First of all, in terms of some of the infrastructure asset class funding and the additional request there, I just wanted to get confirmation that that took on board the additional funding, particularly for roads that were allocated at budget setting in March. Now I've got page 18. Apologies if it's not actually page 18. For the land asset class, I see that there's a table there. We've got a current allocation additional annual request. Now, am I right in saying, just for clarification, that there's some elements are an actual additional request, but the Dumfries Cemetery and Inclusive Play projects is essentially as asking FPT committee to sort of reallocate that funding rather than sort of subsuming it into the centre. And just that table is quite confusing because the current allocation and the additional annual request doesn't quite match up to then the 2022-23 funding and 23-24 funding columns. So if you could explain that, that'd be quite handy. And then final one on page 30, once I find it, in the car parks, but it's very close to the end, just above where it says table 4, it says the car parks programme spent is focused on maintaining, it says a 3-year average spend of £29.925. I'm just wondering, is that supposed to be 29k? So those 3 points of clarity, please, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Which officer wants to take that? I think there's 3 or 4 questions. Stephen, do you want to go first?
Yep, if I could take points 1 and 3, and then I'll bring Nicholas Simpson on the land asset class, the details in the appendix there. So the infrastructure, the additional request that's sought does take into account the additional Roads Recovery Fund allocation that was agreed at the budget of 2.4 million over 3 years for reactive repairs and dealing with the carriageway defects. And as part of the road service review, we had identified that through this year we would be developing the asset management to look at the forward programme required in terms of capital investment in future years. And what's set out in this paper in the appendix on infrastructure, it does talk about the maintenance, the steady state figure, and the additional investment that would be required in the carriageway to meet the kind of nationally recognised steady state investment figure for the Dumfries and Galloway regional area. The page 30 in the car parks, yes, that should be a comma rather than a period on page 30 for the 29,925 figure. And if I could bring in Nicola just to talk a bit about page 18 and the table on the land asset class, that would be useful, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Nicola, come in, please.
Good morning. The table relates to some of the things are just for 2 years additional funding request, and that was for the parks one, and 100k for the play areas for 2 years only, and that probably adjusts the figure a wee bit going across the table. The Dumfries Cemetery had previously been agreed at committee to be paid over a period of 5 years, drawing funding out of the existing asset class budgets to be going to the cemetery. And what we've looked at is actually bringing extra funding to cover that in the years that it will actually be spent, rather than continuing to draw out of a relatively small fund going forward.
Thanks very much. Was there another question? Is that all the questions answered? I think so. Adam, are you okay with that?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thanks very much. Harry, anything you want to say, or are you happy?
No, I'm happy, thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. I've got Jim Dempster now.
Thanks, Chair. And it's just a sort of nothing to do with individual asset class financial commitment, but are we confident that, given that some of these are now 2 years out of date because of the COVID situation and because of the constraints placed on us, are we confident we can now complete all these projects within the calendar year? Because I'm happy that they're being taken forward. That's appropriate and acceptable, but I wouldn't want to see them just trundle along year after year. I would hope that we'd have the capacity to do, especially works in burial grounds, where there's a sensitivity attached to that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, somebody pick that up.
If I could come in there, Chair, yes. There's a further report in the agenda on the land asset class and the outturn for last year, and identifies a certain number of projects and the detail of those projects within the land asset class that weren't taken forward last year through the COVID restrictions. And the proposal is that those projects are rolled forward by a year. In effect, a number of projects will move forward by a year, whether they were in year 2, they would move to year 3. But the burial grounds, there's certainly work going on there in terms of ground investigation on the increasing additional capacity, and the Dumfries Cemetery there gets a specific mention in terms of seeking some of the corporate slippage funding to be allocated to it.
Thanks, Chair. If I come back, I wasn't talking about the extensions. I was asking about one in Galloway that's been outstanding for quite some time, and I don't want to talk about specifics. I'm just hoping that we have the capacity that the issues that are relating to burial grounds are dealt with simply because of the sensitivity.
I think that's fair enough, and I think there's an obligation and there's an understanding that the department will work with local members as well and the local community just to make sure this flows as smoothly as it possibly can. I think everyone understands the reasons for the last couple of years. Are you okay with that, Jim?
Thank you.
Thank you. Willie?
Yeah, Chair, in page 14 there's limited reference to the muggers. There's only 2 mentioned there, and I think we did ask some time ago for an update on all the muggers, and I can think of some in the ward without being parochial. And again, it's what do we do with all these muggers that must be now due for maintenance and a total refurbishment. So it's really the reference to only 2 of the muggers. And again, just to a point, you know, on money, 100,000 laid aside for allotments. If we could see these developed over the year, I recognise that COVID has held that back, but it'd be good to get some allotments on the go.
Okay, Harry, can you pick that up? I think you're muted, Harry.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, and in terms of muggers, yeah, Councillor Scobie, we have indeed got a number of multi-use games areas across the region, and the intention is to do a comprehensive condition survey of them all in terms of their status and what either planned preventative maintenance will be required on an ongoing basis, or indeed the life cycle in terms of replacement. So we'll ensure that will be featured in this asset class moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
You okay with that, Willie? Yep.
Again, it's just the development of the allotments, if we could see that money being used over the next year.
Yeah, okay. It was specifically about the allotments, Harry. Can we make sure that there's something taken forward from here and give members some assurance that will happen?
I'll pick that one up, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Stephen will take that on board. And if need be, Willie can contact you direct. Yeah. I've got Pauline in now.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just thank Stephen and Harry for their prompt responses to emails through EMES and also otherwise during the pandemic. You've been really speedy to respond to things, so thank you for that. Just following on the back of your comments, Councillor Scobie, Harry, could we have assurances, and I know that you're under a lot of pressure at the moment, so not right now, I totally accept that, but some kind of timing plan for our more rural areas, because we've lost swimming pools and things at present. So going forward, it would be brilliant to have a timing plan for the muggers when you're ready at some point. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's not a problem. We'll ensure that's provided.
Okay, thanks. And so I'm assuming there'll be an engagement with all the ward members in each of the areas where the muggers are, so that members are fully informed. Harry, okay, I'll leave that in your hands. Anyone else? No? In that case, we'll go to the recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4? Agreed, thanks very much. We'll now move on to item number 6, the surplus property in the Dumfries and Galloway report by the Head of Economy and Development. Report asked members to agree that the 4 areas detailed within this report are surplus to the requirements of the Communities Directorate. Andrew Maxwell is available in Teams to take any questions on this report. Andrew, are you content just to go straight to questions?
Yeah, I'm happy to go to questions, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Any speakers lined up yet? Councillor Maitland.
No, sorry, Chairman. It was a question in the last thing. You were just a tiny bit quick, but I was also a little bit slow. So no, don't worry.
I know that you can catch up with the officer offline, Jane, if you want. That'd probably be the best way. Okay, so we're back to item 6 with Andrew. So I don't think there's any questions. Sorry, Willie. No, it's just waving to me. He's no wanting in. So in the absence of any questions, are we happy to go to recommendations? So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Okay. Andrew, thanks very much for being here today.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, the Duke of Edinburgh's Award Strategy 2021 to 2026. Again, report by the Community Planning and Engagement Officer. This report seeks member approval of the Dumfries and Galloway Duke of Edinburgh's Award Strategy for 2021 to 2026. It's to advise members on the current position in relation to young people's involvement in the award and how the award contributes to the learning experience and outcomes of young people in the region. I think we've got Mark Malloy available in Teams to take any questions. Mark, is there any update you want to give us, or are you happy to go straight to questions?
No, I'm happy to go straight to questions, Chair.
Okay, so questions for Mark? Deadly silence. I'm taking that there's no questions for Mark. I think it would be remiss if we didn't, as a committee, thank the volunteers and the venues and the people who participate to make the scheme in Dumfries and Galloway so successful. And through Mark, if we could thank the team who've been working with the young people over the period in some really trying circumstances, I think that would be appropriate. Are we happy with that? Okay, then in that case, then we'll move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4? Agreed. Mark, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8. Dumfries and Galloway Council Participation Requests, Annual Report 2021, report by Community Planning Engagement Manager, and that's in the first volume on page 85. This report presents members with the draft participation request annual report for 2021 for comment prior to publication by the end of June 2021 as required by the Community Empowerment Scotland Act of 2015. Jamie Ferguson is available in Teams to take any questions on the report. Jamie, have you anything to add to this, or are you happy going straight to questions? Liz, can you pick this up? I think maybe there's a communications problem at Jamie's house yet.
Jamie perhaps is having some connection problems. No, we've nothing to add to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. So I take it you'll be able to field the questions, Liz. Any questions on this one? Pauline Drysdale.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Liz. Good to see you. Just quickly, do you think next year, when we get back to normal and the participatory budget requests are taking place again, hopefully in halls around the region, we could do a week or two beforehand in the newspapers, just to let the public know that they have the opportunity to turn up if it's not online. I think we do hear feedback from the communities that a lot of the time they're not aware that these events are taking place. And I know it's difficult to get that message out, Liz, but I personally would really like to see a bit more of local press regarding what's happening in and around the area. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
I'll let Liz answer that, but I don't think that's the right question for this. I see we've got Jamie back online as well. Liz,
this report is specific to participation requests, which is indeed another element of our sort of wider community empowerment agenda, along with participatory budgeting. And yes, very happy to take on board your comments about participatory budgeting if there's going to be a future exercise. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Sorry, coming in at the wrong point. Yeah, well, also for the people that wish to, apply for them, it would be helpful if there was a bit more press. Thanks, Liz. Sorry, thanks, Chair.
I think what Liz is ever so nicely trying to say, it's the wrong item in the agenda to raise that, Pauline. This is a very formal process where groups can ask to be involved in the planning processes. But Jamie's there, he'll maybe explain that better.
Yes, participation requests. Can you hear me okay, Chair?
Yes, no problem.
Yes, thanks, Annie. Participation requests is specifically around groups being able to request formal participation in processes with the council. In terms of the strategy for participation requests, very much linked in with the engagement strategy, and we have minimal participation requests. Some groups who want to take are looking to take out a participation request, sometimes with a wee bit of further conversation. It's not actually what they're looking for, it is actually engagement. And it's a separate process from participatory budgeting or mainstream participatory budgeting. Thanks, Chair. Hope that helps.
Okay, that's fine, Pauline, but your concerns, other things are noted, and I think Liz now has it on the radar, and no doubt she'll be in touch with you. But I'll leave that to you offline. Anybody else? Jane?
Thanks, Andy. I think it might be very helpful, actually, if the officer was to explain the difference between a participation request and engagement, because I think there is a confusion. Certainly, I don't think the public has the faintest idea what the opportunities are, and listening to community councils, they don't seem to remember that they've been invited and told about it. So I wonder if you could just explain, I think, at this point here. It'd be helpful.
Jamie, just before you start, it would be really helpful as well, maybe some sort of briefing for the members so that we all understand it fully. It is very technical, isn't it?
Yeah, I can certainly do that. It is a wee bit technical. There is a website. We have a website on participation requests, Dumfries and Galloway Council website. Participation request is a formal process. It's a wee bit like the community asset transfer process, but not quite. It's a little bit looser in terms of what groups can apply and how those groups are comprised and how they are constituted. Whereas community asset transfer requests can only come from specific groups with a certain structure, participation requests can come from almost any group with a constitution that has a degree of community support. In actual fact, where community councils are not eligible for community asset transfer requests, they are eligible for participation request. Participation requests, the way we handle them within the council, if there's a participation request, there's a kind of pro forma, Scottish Government pro forma that we use, which is completed. It states with some precision what the request is for, what the outcome improvements might be from the request being put in place. The community group kind of defines that. They also have to state what expertise or what experience they can bring to the table in working with the council. They have to specify what community support they have for their outcome improvement that they're suggesting. It then goes to our director of whatever service seems most applicable for that participation request. The director has to put in place what's called an outcome improvement plan of how they will work with the group if they decide that they think the group can actually benefit the outcome stated, or they can reject the request. We publish the annual report, which is what this report is about. It's giving members sight of the annual report before it goes forward. And there is no appeals process via a subcommittee or Scottish Government in terms of the participation request. The ward officers do try to promote participation requests. We do have a one point of contact, and we do say in our strategy that if a group is coming forward with a participation request, we'll try to clarify with them exactly what it is they're looking for. Sometimes it is a participation request, and often the formal process is not something that they're actually wanting to go through. I'll give you an example, a group recently that we just directed to the Tackling Poverty group, because that's where their interest was and that's where their participation seemed to, the direction they wanted to go in. And they decided not to go down the formal route, but actually to participate with the Tackling Poverty reference group. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Liz, did you want back in?
Yeah, thank you. It was just to pick up Councillor Maitland's point that one of the national developments which is mentioned in the report at 342, there have actually only been 60 participation requests across the whole of Scotland since 2017. So that low awareness and the low take-up by groups of this particular mechanism is not unique to Dumfries and Galloway Council, and it's something that, as Jamie said, things like an appeal process and other developments are under discussion at national level. Thank you.
Okay, Jean, does that help?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, it seems to me, it sounds to me as if to participate as a group, you have to be constituted. To engage, you don't. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And personally, I think if a group has to go down the formal route here, it's because we haven't, our engagement hasn't been as good as it could have been in the first instance, or they feel that's the case. So actually, a lower number here is actually a better result than a high number, because it would show the basic engagement of the council was better, or is, I wouldn't say perfect, but it's certainly, I think, am I right, Jamie, we've had one request in the last year?
We've had a couple of requests, Andy, but some of them haven't gone forward. It depends what we mean by a request in terms of actually completing the forms and so on. We've had one request, but yeah, I think that's correct. I think often our engagement takes care of the need for the more formal process.
Okay, thanks. So you're okay with that, Jane? Is there anyone else? No. In that case, then I've got the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Great, thank you. Let's move on to item number 9, the Community Asset Transfer Annual Report for 2021 and Procedure Update. That's again in the first volume on page 95. The report presents members with the draft Community Asset Transfer Annual Report for 2020-21 for comment prior to publication by the end of June 21 as required by the Community Empowerment Scotland Act of 2015 and recommended updates to the Council's CAT procedure. We've got Colin Freeman and Liz available in teams to take any questions on the report. Colin, is there anything you'd like to add, or are you happy going straight to questions?
Nothing to add, Chair. Happy to go to questions.
Thank you. List. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody wanting to speak on this. Sorry, Willie. Yep.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I note the actual report and the recommendations under 3.610, the 4 points that would assist in having been involved in a number of asset transfers. I think those are helpful. It's interesting to note 3.71 in terms of the Patrick Village Hall. Just to note that we're not out of the water yet in that one. We still have to find a resolution, and I know that ward members are due to meet with Colin and his team later this week. So it is looking at mediation as a way forward, and hopefully we can get some participation in the mediation to try and resolve the Patrick Hall.
Okay, Colin, any comment? We're just aware that that's part of an ongoing process just now. This is a historic report, isn't it?
Yeah. Nothing further to add to Councillor Scobie's comment.
Okay, so that's noted, Willie. Thank you. There's no one else coming in. So I move the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3? That's agreed. Thank you very much. Item 10 is the developing our approach to locality planning, and that's again, it's in volume 2 this time. That's the one that came out on the 22nd of June on page 5. This report invites members to consider and comment on our approach to locality planning and direct future work. Jamie Ferguson again is available in teams to take any questions on this report. Jamie, anything to add, or are you happy just to go questions?
Happy to take questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Jamie? Willie?
Yeah, Chair, and again, welcome the report in terms of empowering our communities. But I know, and I think there's a fine balance here between community empowerment and elected members, and I think it's well documented in 3.6. We are by no means at a starting point in any of this. Our elected members are deeply rooted in their wards, and it's not just to abdicate responsibility onto the communities, but I think as local members, then we do have a part to play in leading many of the developments within the communities and some of the projects and everything else. So it's not just a matter of just handing over to community and letting them out there. I think that local members still have a part to play, and it's recognised in 3.6. And it's keeping that fine balance of, you know, what communities are able to do and what we try and encourage them to do, alongside giving some leadership to that.
I see the report author nodding in agreement, Willie. Jamie, is there anything you'd like to add?
Spot on, Councillor Scobie. Completely agree. Absolutely.
So anybody else got any questions for Jamie? Nope. In that case, then we'll move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Great, thank you. We're going to move to item 11, the Port Health Update and Proposed Fees. Report by the Chief Officer of Response Renewal and Recovery, Volume 1 and page 113. So that's the first papers we got, page 113. The report provides members with an update on the progress on the Council's Port Health obligations and seeks approval for the proposed fees for documentary checks. We've got Sandra Hartness available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Sandra, is there anything that you need to add, update us on, or are you happy going straight to questions?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to add and happy to go straight to questions.
Thank you. I see Vlad's online as well, just in case. So, any questions for Sandra on this? Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's that we should note, and it's not in the recommendations, but the whole development or the border control post point, and that, you know, there will be checks introduced if they're not already, but the October date, and that there may be facilities that are required. It's in the process just now in terms of identifying a place, and I think there's an item further on, but so that we do have facilities and that we recover all of that cost for the facilities, and that as much work comes to the local area as possible.
Yeah, Sandra, can you pick that up, please? Yeah.
Thanks. The checks, Councillor Scobie, as you're probably aware, in October are purely documentary checks. It's unlikely that there will be any physical checks required then, of course, because we are becoming aware of consignments that are coming through. There's always the chance that if there are problems or if there's any reason that we need to speak to the transporter, then we may need somewhere to speak to these drivers and the transporters. But we're not anticipating initially that there will be any requirement for physical checks as a matter of routine. The documentary checks will also be able to be done remotely, so we can use our existing office spaces or do this at home.
Okay, that answered that, Willie?
I'm not sure if it answers that. Is it not the case that there could be checks come October time, October 2021, and further checks early part of 2022, when there could be facilities required?
Yeah, I think, to be fair, what Sandra has given us is the current situation, and I think it's pretty fluid what's happening from here onwards. So I think, to be fair, we will be receiving more regular updates on this in future committees, I would suggest, so that would cover it, okay? And we make sure that we've got the fullest information, and I'm particularly keen to keep an eye on the nominal cost that we're agreeing here. If that's not sufficient, we need to be self-sufficient within, I think it's 2 years, isn't it? So we'll need to keep a very close eye on that to make sure that the charges are commensurate with breaking even, sorry, not evening, right? Anybody else got a question for Sandra? I'm not seeing any, so in that case I'm going to move the recommendations. Oh, sorry, who's coming in? Vlad, do you want to come in? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify on that point in the 2 year that you mentioned there, we do have to be self-sufficient in terms of the fees that we are charging, and hence you've got the report in front of you, and the mechanism for that is in essence for us to review the fees accordingly and to come back through committee approval as and when we note whether there's a variance with our estimated data that we've put in front of you. So at this point in time, we've estimated what that is going to look like, and thereafter we'll review that and come back through governance and the appropriate committees to get approval for any changes to those fees. But it does have to wash its face, as you've said, in terms of the overall scheme, and that's from the point in which we start doing the inspections rather than that kind of 2 years that we had previously envisaged.
Okay, thanks for that clarity, Vlad. Anyone else want to come in now? No. So I'm now going to move to recommendations. So are members happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.5? Agreed. Nothing to the contrary, so it's agreed. So let's move on to item number 12, the review of the anti-fraud and anti-corruption policy statement and strategy. Again, that's in the first issued papers on page 117. This report provides members with the latest position on the review of the anti-fraud and anti-corruption policy statement and strategy. Vlad is available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Vlad, just as always, is there any update, or are you happy going straight to questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone got any? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. So I welcome this report. I do think, however, that the sort of involvement in members in reviewing this policy is lacking from this report. Certainly from personal experience, because of some of the events of the last sort of 18 months, I know that I've lost count the number of times I've read this policy and had to use it on a couple of occasions and refer to it. So I do think that we do need to strengthen that up. Particularly given that actually some of the bullet points in 3.2 that I welcome on actually really thinking about financial irregularities and compliance with procurement standing orders, which obviously sort of branches out into other delegations. So if we can add in and have a think about how members are involved and engaged during this review, I would very much welcome that.
Vlad?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yep. Thank you, Councillor. What I'll take on board your comment there, and maybe have a further discussion offline in terms of how we potentially could do that best. I'm more than happy to take that on board.
Okay, so you'll investigate different ways in which that can happen. Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Nope. In that case, then, we'll move on to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendation? That is, we're noting the arrangements in place to review the anti-fraud and anti-corruption policy statement and strategy by January 2022. The only question, really, Vlad, is that a realistic timescale, or don't want to put you in a spot here?
Yes, Chair. I think that's a realistic timescale for us to carry out particularly the points envisaged there within 3.2.
Thanks very much. That was just the clarity I was looking for members, so that's good. So we've agreed the recommendation as it stands. Okay, thank you very much, Vlad.
Okay.
We'll move on to item number 13, updating the housing options and homeless service progress and rapid rehousing transition plan review. And that again is in the first volume on page 119 onwards. The report provides an update on the housing options and homeless service in response to the pandemic during 2021, and an update on the progress of the rapid rehousing transition plan agreed by this committee at its meeting on the 11th of June 2019, along with a revised plan for submission to the Scottish Government. Members will recall that only a few years ago the Council acknowledged it needed to deliver an improved homeless service. The leadership from Lorna Campbell, along with the commitment of her staff, is ensuring that we are indeed delivering a high-quality service which is making a positive impact on the lives of homeless people in Dumfries and Galloway. Lorna is available through Teams to take any questions in this report, and Lorna, is there anything you want to add, or are you quite happy going straight to questions?
Thanks, Chair. I've just one thing to add. In Appendix 1, our annual assurance statement to the Scottish Housing Regulator, we received late notification at the end of last week that the regulator would like us to include assurance that we are collecting equalities information to inform a human rights approach. So we plan to put at least a sentence into that assurance statement just to confirm that we do currently collect information, and we will be reviewing that to provide that assurance. Thanks, Chair. Happy to move to questions now.
Okay, so just so we're clear and the members are clear, so there is something to be inserted in the request of the Housing Regulator that will get done after this, before the report is sent to Edinburgh. Yeah, is that correct? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
That's yes.
Right, thanks very much. Any questions for Lorna? Willie?
Yeah, Chairman, commend Lorna, Harry's team, and I think it's captured in 3.7 is the services and instigated pre-allocation meetings with RSLs to ensure homeless clients are allocated appropriate tenancies and so forth. So, you know, from where we were at in homeless, it's a vast improvement. However, so it's no criticism. What I'm going to be saying is, and it's really in 3.4, the most significant impact was increased time spent in temporary accommodation, and I look at 3.8, where we are dealing with more complex mental health issues. There are cases that homeless persons, people in homeless accommodation, are waiting up to 2 and more years for suitable accommodation, and it's more to the point of that suitable accommodation. And I have read the rapid rehousing transition plan, and I would like to think that we would recognise that we need larger accommodation for homeless people who are needing 3, 4, 5 and maybe 6 bedroom accommodation. I say that knowing that the RSLs have responded, but it's the time that it takes to get that size of accommodation. So I would have liked to have seen that, and for the council through its strategic housing authority role, would be looking at how we provide for families, and that's across the region, but it's particularly acute west of the region for larger sized accommodation, so that we can get people out of homeless, or indeed some who are in secure tenancies, into suitable accommodation. I would like to have seen some reference to that, and us recognising that as an authority we should be speaking to our RSLs to say that we're needing much larger accommodations to accommodate people who end up homeless or waiting on larger accommodation, which is particularly acute, as I say, west of the region.
Okay, Lorna, can you come in on that? But you do feed into the Strategic Housing Forum, don't you?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Yes, we do. We would sit on the Strategic Housing Forum and on the Housing Development Group as well. And we have, had close contact with them and expressed that view and provided information about the number of large families that are coming through homelessness and the need for larger properties. As Councillor Scobie quite rightly says, it does take longer than normal to house somebody with a large family, and usually because it's a new build we're looking at, and it does take time to go through the planning. And unfortunately, this last year we've had extended delays in developing some of the larger properties for some of our families in need. But we do feed into that. I do take on board Councillor Scobie's comments about mention that in the Rapid Rehousing Transitional Plan, and we can do some update to that to reflect the need for larger property, and our work with the RSLs and strategic housing to reflect that.
Okay, thanks, Willie. You're okay with that? Right, so I've got Jane, Maitland, Andrew Wood, and then the Vice Chair wants to come in at the end of that. So I'll go Jane first.
Thank you, Chairman. Lorna, I mean, I'm well aware this is an incredibly complex service, and dealing with homelessness and housing options. It is an astonishingly difficult thing to do. I'm really going back in my mind to an issue that was a problem, but maybe is not so much now. Certainly it's not coming across my desk, and there isn't information here because this is more a strategy rather than a performance management paper. It's about the level of complaints you get from communities who have temporary accommodation units placed within them and in their midst. There was a promise years ago that these would be rotated. Now, I don't think that's actually happening, but you could maybe help me with that. Perhaps we should have a look at the impact of accommodation on communities, and you maybe tell me how that is actually working out now.
Just answer, Lorna, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Maitland. Yes, it was part of it, but a key point in our homeless strategy was to rotate temporary accommodation, and we have started to do it. And I think we have mentioned in the report the acquisition of additional properties because of the increased demand over the last year, or the increased need to have temporary accommodation because people were spending longer time in, has meant that we've had properties that we could then keep and then hand back some older properties, or particularly properties we're conscious of where there has been issues in the community or there has been disputes with neighbours. We tend to target those types of temporary accommodation and look to rotate them quicker. So I would have liked to have seen the programme further forward than it is at the moment, but obviously the challenges we've had last year is about having more accommodation rather than rotating, but it is part of one of our key policies is to rotate accommodation, and we are doing that and starting to improve the standard of accommodation. We still have the odd complaint or neighbour dispute, but we tend to try and resolve them very quickly. We work with our temporary accommodation officers, but also with our housing providers if it's one of the RSLs, to ensure that there's some sort of discussion in the community and resolve the issue as quickly as possible. So we don't have a huge amount that are coming in, but we do try to resolve them. And if a property has been consistently having problems in the area, that we do look to rotate that out of the stock to try and alleviate that.
Thank you.
Andrew Wood.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regards to 3.3 Table 1. When I'm looking at the various figures, I notice that all the figures are going up except for cases obtaining Scottish secure tenancy. It has gone down. Is there a particular reason for that?
It's gone down in 2021. It was because there was that delay in actually allocating tenancies. So we had that period where no new tenancies could start from April till June last year. That was right the first part of lockdown, so we couldn't allocate any. So that obviously skewed our figures for last year. We have been working with RSL, and the month-on-month allocations towards the end of the year have increased compared to where they had been. But that's why that last year's figure is slightly skewed compared to previous years.
No, that's lovely. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, John, Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. It's not really a question, it's just, I've got to say, reading this, it's really a good news story. It comes out of here when we consider some of the complaints and that we're hearing in it. If we consider where we were about 6-7 years ago, when we got an absolutely scathing report for the housing reporter, to where we are now, it's incredible. Really wonderful where we're going in this light. And as I say, the improvements we've made is absolutely great.
Okay, I think we can pass that on to the team. Lorna, again, just our thanks for the work that's gone into this. Is there any other questions in this? No. So in that case, I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.4? That's agreed. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item 14, the Welfare and Benefits COVID Impact Report. Report again by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. It's referred to in the first set of papers, volume 1, page 231. This report provides members with an update on the impact of COVID-19 on welfare and benefit services and other associated services. Again, Lorna is here and teams to take any questions, and Paula Doherty is also in attendance to take questions. So, Lorna, Paula, are we ready just to go to questions, or any updates?
Thanks, Chair. I think Paula's just got one update regarding school clothing grants.
Okay,
Yes,
Paula?
Thank you for that, Chair. Just to advise committee that we received information from the Scottish Government last week around raising the minimum clothing grant from £100 to £120 for primary age children and £150 for secondary age children. Dumfries and Galloway Council currently pays £134 for each child. We have already paid a significant number of secondary pupils £134. What we are doing this week is arranging to pay those pupils we have already paid the additional £16, and that affects 1,073 children. Following that, there will be comms around the change to the value of the clothing grant, which will leave primary pupils at £134 as per agreed at the committee, and secondary pupils at the £150 minimum. Happy to take any questions.
Pauline, thank you very much. That's a very welcome update. Any members wanting to any questions? Sorry, who? Gail?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, my cursor's on a bit of a go slow. Page 233, the Tackling Poverty Low Income Pandemic Payment. I know we're due to pay that by October. Is there any likelihood that we'll have it paid earlier?
Which one wants to take that? Is it Paula, is it?
Thanks. Lorna's just given me the nod, so that will be me. At the moment, we have recruitment. Closing date is today, which will allow us to bring the staff in who are able to facilitate this payment. As soon as we've got the staff in, the plan is to pay all those persons who we already hold payment details for, using information we already hold. That accounts for around 6,000 of the total number, which is just shy, I think, I've done the numbers, but I've got my Excel's closed, just shy of the 14,000 overall that we will pay. Once that commences, we will invite all other persons who believe they are eligible to make application and process that. Towards the end of August, September, once that window is closed, we would then be writing to anybody who's not applied to advise them that if they don't apply, we'll just credit the payment to their council tax account, which will happen by the deadline of October. So at the moment, end of July, August.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay with that, Gail? Yep. No other questions for the report authors? No. In that case, then, we'll move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Agreed. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 15, the non-domestic rates relief. That again is in the first volume of the papers on page 263. This report provides details of the proposed non-domestic rates, or NDR, relief policy, including the removal of the exceptional service to the community relief and an update on the non-domestic rates Barclay Review recommendations. Again, Lorna is available through Teams with Helen Drinkwater, who will also be in attendance to answer any technical questions. Lorna, Helen, are we ready just to go straight to questions, or do you want to, is there any update?
Thanks, Chair. No, happy to go straight to questions. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll go to questions. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much. Could you possibly just expand a tiny bit on paragraph 4.5 about what the data matching is about on that one, please?
Thanks, Councillor Maitland. The National Fraud Initiative is a initiative. It's run by Audit Scotland, and it's run every year. It covers a variety of local government schemes. Primarily, we've been involved before with council tax and benefits as our main one, but it matches data sets across local government. So it will match all our council tax data, benefits with HMRC, with DWP, with pension records. And what they've started for this year, did a pilot with some Scottish local authorities, was looking at small business bonus. So they will match business records with any other government records, particularly around HMRC, to actually see if businesses are operating. So it'll highlight for those premises that are in receipt of small business bonus whether a business is actually functioning from the properties, and that's the intention of these matches.
Understood.
Okay, Jane. Rebecca, thank you. You okay with that, Jane?
Thank you. Yes.
I don't have any other... oh, sorry, Willie.
Just on page 265, Chair, update on administration of NDR, and it's really the table, Lorna, through you, Chair. In 2021, the number of accounts was 981, and to date, or the 14/6/2021, there's 669 applicants. Is that average for this time of the year, or is there any way that we would contact the numbers, the difference between the uptake of last year and what we're at just now?
Just go ahead, Lorna.
Thanks. Councillor Scobie, yes, we have proactively been contacting businesses. We wrote to all those businesses that had the RHL relief last year, inviting them to apply, and we have sent a reminder. Now we will remind them again. We don't tend to do non-domestic rates recovery until late August, September, so before we do any recovery we will contact all those businesses that haven't already been in touch with us, because one or two have already been in touch saying they didn't want to apply, and we'll exclude them, but we will give those businesses another opportunity to apply for the relief.
Okay, Willie, yep. Anyone else? No. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are members happy to agree 2.1 and 2.2 recommendations? Okay. Agreed, thank you. So we'll move on to item 16, implementing transformation, public transport and travel. That's in the original volume 1 again on page 301. This report provides members with an update in progress with the public transport elements of the transformation work programme and an opportunity to review and agree to further develop a sustainable public transport delivery framework for Dumfries and Galloway. We have Douglas Kilpatrick available through Teams to take any questions on this report. Douglas, have you anything you'd like to add? Are you happy going straight to questions?
Happy to go straight to questions, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Wilson and Councillor Wood.
Councillor Wilson and then Councillor Wood, in that order, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I really welcome this report. I think that in the past, goodness knows how long, and much longer than what I've been a member of the council, we've probably been guilty of sort of putting a stick in plaster on our public transport network. And I think that this report is the start of a really good piece of work in having an integrated transport network, but also, instead of talking about cuts to services, looking at how we can maximise the assets that we have and make sure that people who need to travel in our region for work, for leisure or for health needs can do so. There's obviously, we are one local authority looking at the options available to us through the Transport Scotland Act 2019. We're also one of every local authority in rural Scotland who are facing the same challenges when it comes to public transport. And we're also one of a whole country who are looking to use every avenue possible to reduce our carbon emissions. So one thing I just wanted to check, Douglas, is in terms of the Transport Scotland Act 2019 and commitments by national government to decarbonise our public transport network, has there been any sign or is there a possibility in the future that sort of national funding streams will become available that might be able to help us finance and support the delivery of this work?
Through you, Chair. As you may be aware, Councillor Wilson, following the West Strands Board last week, I am in discussion with Transport Scotland about these papers and about the opportunities going forward. There's no dedicated streams at this time, but just it's fair to say that the door at Transport Scotland is open for discussion of how we fund public transport, particularly in rural Scotland, going forward. I hope that helps.
You okay with that, Adam?
Yeah, cheers.
Thank you. I've got Andrew Wood, then Dougie Campbell, and then Willie, in that order, please. Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, apologies for being late to get into this committee meeting, because I would have recorded the fact that I'm the Chair of West Strands. But what I would like to do is just basically echo what we've heard from Councillor Wilson. We've had some really robust and positive discussions. I'm looking forward, and so is the board, to working much closer with the council, because the public transport is really very, very fragile, and we need a sustainable future for public transport. And I honestly believe that our team within West Strands can, in actual fact, build on the work they've done to date, as you'll see within the papers. And I'm very much hoping that we will be seeing it as maybe a pilot scheme in the future. So that's where I'm coming from at the moment, and I hope that elected members will look upon this positively.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. You okay with that, Douglas? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, thumbs up. Dougie Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. I genuinely have a lot of sympathy for Douglas, because trying to maintain a sustainable transportation system within the region must give him a permanent headache. So he does have my sympathies on that. The Scottish Climate Assembly reported last week, and as you would expect, they looked at transportation, and what they made reference to was creating an integrated, accessible and affordable public transport system with improved local infrastructure, which reduces car travel and supports active travel. And it strikes me that is something that in due course our citizens panel would want to look at. And I would hope that West Strands and of course Douglas, as our transportation manager, will engage with the citizen panel. But it really is quite worrying when you look at paragraph 3.2 in the report, and Douglas makes reference to a disjointed, inefficient, costly and difficult to navigate for individuals transportation model. And it strikes me that the Scottish Government will have to respond to the Climate Assembly recommendation on transportation, and we really need to follow that closely. And if we were to go right back to the drawing board and try and create the ideal transportation model for Dumfries and Galloway, what would it look like? And I think we really need to have a lot of creative thinking and innovation, and I hope that West Strands can play their full part in that. At the moment, our transportation system is dysfunctional, but I think the time is coming where there's going to be opportunities to address that through what's happening nationally. So although it looks pretty bleak at the moment, I'm hoping that in the next few years things will start to look a whole lot different. But just finally, to conclude, I think it's really important that the citizens panel, which hopefully will convene in the second part of this year, will have the opportunity to look in detail at transportation, and that the council and indeed West Strands look at very carefully what panel members have to say in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Douglas?
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Campbell. Yeah, absolutely. My other hat, another part of my work is active travel as well, so sustainable and active travel. And yeah, absolutely fully engaged with the panel as it comes forward and to take these things forward. Also, just to highlight that I have spoken with the bus operators on this, and yes, there's a realisation out there that the whole model needs to change, and we're suggesting this partnership model is the way forward, and I think we've got full buy-in from the operators, certainly the local bus operators at this time.
Okay, thanks. You okay with that, Dougie?
Yes, I'm Chair, thank
you. Just before I let Willie in and then Gail, can you explain how we're going to get better engagement? I know Dougie touched on it there with the public, but also elected members, given that the Swestrans board is quite small, and how do we involve all 43 members, for example, in this? I think it's a reasonable question, a reasonable ask.
Yes, Chair, absolutely. And the recommendation is to ask Swestrans to lead on this as the lead community partner, be given their public transport functions. Part of that was the Swestrans board agreed at its meeting last week that we would positively engage and look at the resource requirement for that, which would include how we would engage with at ward level, because the way to build this new model is from that local centres. As you can see from the paper, public transport's a derived demand, so it's very much about local travel as well as integrating into that national travel network. So yeah, the full intention is to involve all members and all communities as part of this as well. Certainly what we've done through the public social partnership model, as you'll know, is to actually involve communities in developing the services that they need, and that we are suggesting that we mainstream that going forward. So hopefully that answers your question, Chair.
Yes, it does. Okay, so I've got Willie, then Gail McGregor, and then Andrew, once back in, Andrew Wood. Okay, so Willie first, then Gail, and then Andrew.
Yeah, Chair, maybe on the back of the question that you asked, and I'm looking at 3.7, and I'm conscious of the fact that one of our MSPs from Dumfries and Galloway did put forward in the last session of the Scottish Parliament the idea that councils took over or started to provide their own public service buses and so forth. And I'm looking at the third bullet point there, and that refers to develop a new transport model, and it goes on to say mitigating the consequences of potentially less private operated bus networks operating across the region. And while the Parliament and Scottish Government have moved some way in renationalising public services or transport through the rail link, what does this mean for us in Dumfries and Galloway in terms of the council and a new model and mitigating against consequences of potential less private bus network operators? Is this a consideration that the council take on the network?
I'll let Douglas in, but I think it's a vision at this moment in time, isn't it, rather than a commitment? Because clearly we've not done all the homework. But Douglas, can you come in with that? Yeah.
Yes, Chair, and the Appendix 1 to the paper goes into quite a bit of detail about the opportunities for the council's fleet to become a full PSV bus operator as pertaining as the Transport Act allows. It doesn't suggest that we do that to take over the whole network. The recommendation and certainly the outcome of that paper, and a lot of work that went into that, was that at this time a partnership model is the best approach. It's not knocking out the fact that DGC buses could become an O licence for part of the region or even across the whole of the region. And it's very much about using the assets we have across all the partners in this to make a sustainable model going forward. We don't have the capacity in the council at this time to expand to take on that full region, but we have to be aware that the network is fragile, as Councillor Wood said, and there are significant risks if government funding is removed or even reduced in the near future. So that's what the purpose of these papers was, to bring that option forward, and it is still there. And I think within the Appendix 1 paper, it does say that we should continue to look at DGC buses becoming a full operator as a prudent operator, as a prudent way forward, and to be the operator of last resort if necessary as well. So hopefully that helps, Councillor Scobie.
Okay, thanks. I'm getting nods favourably on that one, Douglas. Let's go to Gail, please.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the report and I echo Councillor Campbell's comments around not envying your job, Douglas. I think, as he said, it's been quite dysfunctional. I suppose during COVID, it's also been very chaotic, and appreciating that we will have bus drivers that are self-isolating or off with COVID. How much contact do we have from the sort of commercial bus companies around buses not running? And I'm sure other members have had similar constituency inquiries about being left at the bus stop, not being able to get to work from Annan to Dumfries or wherever. So it's just to understand better, do they communicate with us? Do they let us know when services are lagging or problematic? Is there something we can do through our social media to highlight that through Facebook and such like, that X service won't be running? And then I suppose through Swestrans, do we have performance reporting around how many services haven't been running, and the number of buses that for whatever reason simply haven't turned up? Because it does make people's daily lives incredibly problematic if they're an hour late for work because they can't get the bus, they can barely get a taxi in a rural area, maybe have to grab dad to get them to run them to work or whatever. So it's just to better understand what communication we have around failure of service and are we monitoring that? Thank you.
Douglas?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, good points, Councillor McGregor. Yeah, it was very chaotic through COVID, and services were changing, and they could change within 72 hours through the Traffic Commissioner have changed the regulations. We were only able to publicise that through our website because of the speed of that, and we have no ability to change at-stop information. The network has been pretty stable since about last August, and it's running in the 90% of what it was pre-COVID. So the majority of services continued. Very few failures. The companies are very resilient in that, and that includes the same buses that are sitting behind me in the photo here. Our own buses ran throughout the whole pandemic period and continue to do so. In relation to complaints about service, where we get complaints we deal with, and there's very few actually, and when they do come we do deal with it very quickly, and we do talk to the bus companies about it. It's the nature of a mechanical beast like the Sitzmen. Sometimes they do fail, but I'll give you some reasonably good assurance that they don't fail very often in our region, and the majority of trips happen. So hopefully that helps.
Very much so, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gail. Andrew Wood and then Jane, and then I think we'll move on. Yep.
Right, thank you, Chair. It was really to address Councillor Campbell's point, and a very good point it was in raising the citizens panel. Within the board, we're more than happy to consider new observers, and we do allow them to speak so long as they are contributing positive input. So I hope that you'll take that on board, Councillor Campbell, and look forward to whoever you wish to put forward for that particular position. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Jane?
Interesting thought. I just want to reiterate that this is about a service to the public. And Douglas, I'm absolutely with you. What a difficult job you've got. I would like to reinforce, there's a couple of suggestions in here about a central bus station in Dumfries, and I would like to reiterate my support for that, because, as you know, people from the Stewartry get cowed out in winter into the draftiest, most unappealing parts of the town, and I'm sure it puts people off. The other thing to say is that I do think we need to think about the geometry of the buses, because we were prevented from having something in the centre of town because of the size of the buses. Not promoted because it would do good for the public, but we couldn't have it because of the size of the buses. And that leads me on to say, yes, please, more electric buses. Definitely, definitely. Finally, can I possibly make a plea for the real-time information? That makes such a difference to people to know that the next bus will be along at a certain time, not that the bus is timetabled to come at that time, but that it is going to arrive. So with those thoughts, I'll leave it with you. Thank you.
Chair.
You got that, Douglas?
Yeah, yes, thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, yes, the central bus station interface is still part of the work stream under this, and it's something that we are considering through the Levelling Up Fund as a possible bid, as was highlighted to members yesterday as well at a seminar on that. Regard to real time, it was taken, unfortunately, at a time of cuts. It was a saving that we took the real time system down. There certainly the information about buses arriving is much more slick now than what it was when we had a real time system. We're one of the first to actually do that. So yes, and it will be part of this work going forward. So I can hopefully give you that assurance, Councillor Maitland, it will still be looked at as we go forward.
Okay, thanks, Douglas. Just a thought from myself here. We've been talking a lot about buses here and a wee bit about trains. And can we just get some sort of assurance that we're talking to the people who are looking at the development of rail transport and the coordination of timetables? You know, a massive problem arriving at Lockerbie and you want to go to Kukubri and there's no bus because they've left 10 minutes before. And I think it's a problem. You could equally say the same. The train coming into Stranraer and they were wanting to go to down to Whop Hill, for example. How would they get there? You know. But I think it's just assurance that we're actually talking to the right people about the rail transport. That time I've got a thumbs up. That's enough for me. Jim Dempster wants to come in. I'll take it last one. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Not just your point about the rail network. I have been contacted by a constituent recently to tell me that 4 journeys have been taken off the Dumfries to Glasgow line. The last train leaves Dumfries about 8 o'clock at night. Now it's just about making everywhere north of Dumfries, in fact north of Annan, I would suggest, inaccessible. We just can't go anywhere because we can't get home again. There are no late buses, no late trains. And I think it's a poor example of trying to manage a network to accommodate the public. It's more like they seem to be trying to accommodate themselves. And I wonder if Douglas has any response to that. I just think it's poor, and I think we should be making moves to try and get the rail network and the bus operators to work with communities to see what they want rather than to timetable the things, the journeys to suit themselves. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're not being parochial, Jim, because it's the Dumfries to Glasgow train we're talking about here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, the Annan Chair, the Annan Gretna to Glasgow. So it's across my doorstep, but that's by the by. It's a real issue for folk wanting to move to and from the bigger cities and the local communities late at night.
I think it also, Douglas, before you answer, it also brings into the thing here is there will be some coming together with the transport equivalent in the Lanarkshires, for example, about coordination as well here. So again, this assurance that we're actually talking to everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Chair, through yourself, absolutely. We are talking to we talk to ScotRail very regularly. Obviously, it's at the moment that come the 31st of March next year, the ScotRail franchise becomes the government's operator of last resort, and they are talking to us now, and I can guarantee that and give you that assurance that we are talking to all the rail operators. We had TransPennine Express, who operate out of Lockerbie, at our West Trans board meeting last week about future developments. There are some, similar to the bus network, some pretty severe impacts from COVID on the rail network, with passenger numbers very, very low, and they've not been able to train drivers, and so there is some restrictions on the network. But I do take your points, councillors, and will continue to advocate for more services to and from the central belt as and when required. But happy to talk offline as well about any of local concerns, if that helps, Chair.
Very grateful, Chair. Thank you. Thanks, Douglas.
Okay, we'll leave that then. I think that's the last question on this, Douglas. So I'm now going to move to recommendations. So are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.4 inclusive?
Agreed.
Okay, agreed. Sorry? Sorry, Councillor Tate. Sorry, Ronnie, do you want in? Can you use the speak button if you can, Ronnie, please, rather than the hands up? Yeah, because you can't notice it sometimes.
You got me now, Andy. It's just on on the commercial side of things, and it's just across here in my patch. I have to say that we have border buses come through Langham, and pre-COVID, right enough, there was what 13 buses went south and 13 buses went north, 6 days a week. So it was a fairly good service. That was probably once every hour those buses come through Langham north and south. That has been halved. It's every 2 hours now. So I'm wondering if Douglas has any information if they'll be going back to pre-COVID times.
Chair, as it's a commercial service, Councillor Tate, I don't have any specific information on that. It is a commercial consideration. It's up to the company how they build back. I would be hopeful that they would, but at present, passenger numbers are around about, on the majority of commercial services, around about 50 to 55% of what they were pre-COVID. So there is challenges in there, but as we build back and as the levels go down, I would trust, since government is funding the services at the moment, that the services would return. But I have no specific information on that particular route at the moment, but I can look into it for you if you like.
Thanks, Douglas.
Yeah, I suppose, Douglas, it's the same as the issue, but working with the Transport Authority up in the Ayrshires and the Lanarkshires and all the rest of it. So it's a real coordinated effort, I would suggest. We're needing here across all the local authority boundaries. Okay, so I've not got any more questions for the report writer, so I'm moving to recommendations this time. So I'll be happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4 inclusive. Agreed. Okay, Douglas, and thanks. It's been a tremendous piece of work, this, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of it, so thank you. I'll now move on to item number 17, Major Festivals and Events Strategy 2018 to 2021. Again, that's in the first volume. It was issued from these committee papers on page 385 of that first batch. So the purpose of this report is to provide...
in block?
Willie?
Are you taking in block? Because if you are, I'll leave.
Sorry, what was that, Jim?
Are you taking the report in block, all the grant applications? Are you taking that in block? Because if you are, I'll have to leave.
Right, I thought I'd clarified at the start. Yes, we are taking it in block, Willie. Okay. So thanks for declaring interest. So I'll just go back, I'll start again. The purpose is to provide members with an update in relation to the current financial position of the Major Festivals and Events Strategy 2018 to 21, and to request members to agree the awards for the Community Events Fund of 21-22 and the awards for the Annandale and Nestdale and Upper Nestdale Grassroots Events Development Budget. I've got Karen Brownlee and Ian Barr online to take any questions on the report. And have either of you got anything to add or update for this, or are we happy going straight to questions?
Good afternoon, members. Nothing further to add and happy to go straight to questions. Thank you.
Okay, as I said, we've had a scoring panel, and the intention would be to look at the whole thing, not go into each individual application at this stage, and trust the integrity of the panel who've done the scoring. Just to see there who have we got there. Jackie, do you want to come in first? And by the way, welcome to the committee. Didn't do it formally earlier.
That's all right. Many thanks, Chair. It was just a very quick question. Hi, Karen. Hi, Ian, through the Chair. I just wondered if there was any indication from any of the events in the report, especially the ones selected for the larger sums of funding, of them not going ahead. Hopefully the likelihood of the cancellation is less likely this year, certainly in comparison to last year, but I'd just be interested to know if this was considered in the scoring process somehow.
Ian, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you for the question. We have a very close relationship and communication between all of the cohort of the applicants, and a few have made those inquiries, Councillor, And the policy is that because we're trying to encourage community well-being, that if they're able to run the event, even if it's 2 or 3 weeks after the date of their application, they put on the application, then that is still very welcome from the council's point of view. And at the time of speaking, all are on course to be delivered either as per their application or shortly afterwards.
Are you okay with that, Jackie?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay, anyone else? I'm just waiting to see if there's any other questions for the report writers. Don't think there is. I don't want to rush it. There's somebody coming in. Pauline?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Ian and Karen, for your report. And I'd just like to put it on record that I'm really excited to hear that we've won the final round for the bike series in Castle Douglas. So thanks if you were involved in that. And I wondered if you were en route to help, excuse the pun, en route, with some funding for that, so we can have, you know, as good an event as we had last time. I know it's not my word, but it's something I'm very interested in. So I just wondered if that was progressing. I know you'll probably be waiting, but is it something you can get involved in with the Castle Douglas Development Forum? Thanks, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Ian, just hang on. That's an individual event. Is that on the agenda today? Or is that something that you can engage with the member offline?
Yes, very happy to engage offline, and I'll be able to provide a positive update for the councillor.
Okay, sorry about that, Pauline. We're not trying to introduce anything here, because if we opened this up, we would end up here till it'd be way after midnight, I think. We go through every single application. So I hope you don't mind.
I don't mind, Chair, and I do like getting a row from you. That's fine. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Karen.
Ian or Karen will make contact with you and talk that through, okay? I'm getting nods there. Who else is coming in now? John Young?
Sorry, Andy, I put a message up in chat to say that thanks to Ian Barr, he's already fully engaged with ward members regarding this Castle Douglas event. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks very much. That's good to know. Thank you very much, John. And thank you, Ian, for that. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, I'm not getting any more indications to questions for the two report writers. So I'm going to move to the recommendations now. So are members happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3? Agreed. Thank you very much. We'll now move. Ian, thank you very much. Okay, and Karen, we'll probably see Karen later. Item 18 is developing a cultural strategy for Dumfries and Galloway. Next steps. The purpose of the report is to provide members with proposals for taking forward the development of a cultural strategy for Dumfries and Galloway, which take into account the impact of COVID-19 on the region's cultural sector and the wider context within which it operates. Karen will take questions with Rebecca, who is also online, to answer any specific questions. So either Karen or Rebecca, have you any update you want to give us, or are you ready to go straight to questions?
Ready to go straight to questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. Any questions for the report writers? Sorry? Councillor Little, Provost.
Thank you, Chair. What I'd like to ask is, probably can't be detailed straight away, as it's figure-based, and I'm not expecting that you'll have these figures at hand. Art makes the region a region more attractive place to live, and it's great benefit health and well-being, and it's certainly an important part of a strong economy for a number of reasons. Is it possible to work up the economic value to our region of our art industry, something that could be shared with members?
Can you looking at Rebecca here for the technical bit? Because
Yeah,
I'm assuming that would be part of the whole working out the strategy, wouldn't it? So are we able to give some updates?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. That is something that we have considered, because in the past we have done economic impact studies, and I'm more than happy to share those with the member. But there is a cost to doing this kind of work, but it is definitely something that we think would be very useful to do, perhaps in partnership with other agencies that we work with.
Okay, thanks. That help you, Provost?
That's lovely. Thanks very much, Rebecca.
I take it that would also include any sort of subsidiary things, like, you know, people come to the region to stay. We'd build that into that cost, Rebecca. It's probably a hidden cost or a hidden benefit that might be difficult to.
Yes, that might be a slight. We've not done studies. When we did studies before, they were into the small businesses that were involved in the creative sector and the culture and the heritage sector. But certainly, Ian's work on the events is a good indicator of the impact of the visitor economy, and that could certainly be considered as well, because that's another important dimension, definitely. Thank you.
I was thinking, so for example, about when the Glasgow boys came to Cuba Gallery, there was a significant number of people who came to stay and enjoy it. Didn't just come for a couple of hours; they came and stayed for days. And I think I think the Provost's question is well made. It's been well put. So I think it would be an integral part of the strategy taking it forward. But clearly, we'll wait and see how that develops. I'm just thinking now, who's ready to come in? Willie, are you ready?
Yeah, Chair, just a quick one then. It's in 3.2 the committee members are noted that while the primary focus of the committee to council project build the local economy, and it goes on to talk about how we can raise ambition and attainment and you know, almost the sweat, make the most of our assets. In terms of culture and getting down to the lowest common denominator, being the ward, and then the people who live in the individual wards, whether we as a committee should be considering a change from what is the area committees to local economy boards for the wards, ward by ward, and to develop that concept as a cultural change, and for each ward to be developing along with the communities some input into what we had many years ago, local economy boards or structure, that we look at that as a potential way forward.
Okay, I think rather than building on a play on words, there's a culture change, and we need to encompass everything in the cultural strategy here. You know, and bring in, you know, what culture. I think it's the Provost made the point. You know, the benefit in terms of bed and breakfasts and extra spend in the region, all the rest of it, shouldn't be lost in the middle of the cultural part of the strategy, if that makes any sense, Rebecca. Yeah. Is there anyone else needing to speak? No. In that case, thanks very much. I'm going to move to recommendations. Are members happy to agree with 2.1 to 2.3? Agreed. Thank you very much. Rebecca, thanks very much for today. Just look at the time. Okay, so we've got item number 19, Infrastructure Capital Programme, report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure. It's the outturn report for 2021. Report provides members with a financial and progress summary for the projects and programmes contained within the 2020 to 2021 Infrastructure Asset Class Capital Programme, and details amendments to the 2021-2022 Infrastructure Asset Class Capital Programme. Again, that's in the first volume of the papers on page 409. We've got William, Neil and Mike Fox available through Teams to take any questions on the report. Now, Mike or William, is there any update you've got on this, or are we happy going straight to questions?
Thanks, Chair. Just happy to go to questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, open for questions for the officers. getting silence, and I'm not getting any indication anybody wants to speak. Sorry, Davy Step.
Just like to ask on page 429 about the Carthorne groins. Is that the one that's been cancelled because the community have raised funds for themselves to carry on the work?
Just through yourself, Chair. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I saw Gail's picture there. Gail, do you want to come in?
No, I dropped my phone on my keyboard. Sorry.
So it's a chair to a keyboard malfunction, am I right? Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm not getting anybody else clear. No. No one else wanting to speak on this one, so I'm going to go to the recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations that are set out in 2.1 to 2.4? Okay, agreed. Thanks very much, William and Mike. I think you'll probably be staying for other things.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll now move on to item number 20, Flood Risk Management Update Report. The report provides members with an update on the flood risk management schemes. James McLeod is available through Teams to take any questions alongside with Michael Smith and Brian Templeton. We're also available to answer specific questions in relation to their areas of expertise. And again, that's in volume 3. That's the ones that came out on the 23rd of June on page 61, just for clarity for anybody listening in. James, have we any updates that we need to make the committee aware of, or are we happy to go straight to questions?
Chair, happy to go straight to questions, but would add that quite happy for Brian to take lead on answering the questions as well, if he wants to turn his camera on as well.
Okay, so we'll get Brian to come in. So we're opening up the questions for members. John Young.
Thanks, Chair. And I would like to thank James for the amount of information he previously has given me by phone and by email regarding the flood risks in Castle Douglas. However, the residents of the bottom of the town are still concerned, have voiced that concerns to their local councillors. Castle Douglas isn't mentioned in this flood review, but can you establish if there's plans to review the current CD flood risk plan, James? Will it be routinely reviewed, because there still exists a flood risk to the bottom of the town?
Yeah, yes, through yourself, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Young. There is no intention within the current cycle or in the second cycle to undertake a further review of the Castle Douglas, the flood risk at Castle Douglas. As I've said in a number of in our discussion and through correspondence, the principal risk is from the Callan Loch, and the nature of the flooding inundation is one of quite a low response rate, and one that can be most cost effectively managed through provision of property flood resilience. We've obviously made that available through things like the subsidised flood product scheme that the council still operates. I don't know, Brian, if there's anything you wish to add further on that.
No, I think you've covered it, James. Yeah, and there's no actions going forward for cycle 2 of the plan.
And that Councillor Young follows the principles of the Flood Risk Management Act, which is a plan-led and risk-based approach to sustainable flood risk management, which I know I kind of trot off as a bit of a kind of mantra from the team, but the sort of risk-based approach is looking at higher risk locations, the current high risk locations, and as you'll start seeing in the report, locations that are identified that with climate change will continue to increase the risk levels. So that's being reflected in the work that SEPA have done in terms of the determinations. So Castle Douglas isn't appearing in that at this time.
So just so we're clear then, James, but it'll be dealt with under resilience procedures as opposed to this more formal process at this time, am I right? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I mean, we accept, Chair, that there are there is a risk of flooding in the lower part of Castle Douglas around the Carlinwalk Loch. That's been experienced, but the mitigation measures for dealing with that are around utilisation of property level protection measures rather than flood defences or undertaking any significant works, as has been mooted by community, for example, at the interaction of the Carlinwalk Lane and the Ken catchment at Black Parks, none of which would have an impact upon flood risk in Castle Douglas.
Okay, thanks very much, James. And I'm assuming that the elected members can contact you any time just for updates, or you or Brian or whatever, for technical support and stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Willie?
Yeah, Chair, it's very difficult not to be parochial, as we've just heard from John Young and Castle Douglas, but there is reference under 3.6 to the Stranraer Flood Protection Scheme, and this has been long outstanding, Chair, and so I'm pleased that I'm speaking that we are moving forward with this one, and thanks to Brian, James and Duncan MacDonald on this one. But Ochterloo Way, if we can accelerate that project, likewise for the one behind Black Park, it is scheduled to begin January 2022, but if there is any way that we can accelerate that to come in sooner, given the work that was already gone into in terms of laying out the detail, the timetable and so forth, it would be very much appreciated if this could be, and it would give a lot of kudos for the council in moving forward. I'll let Brian or James come in on this, but we do recognise the council decision. It was a matter of urgency as opposed to as soon as possible. That decision was taken some time ago, and it's moving forward. But as we said at the time, it will move forward in line with the statutory frameworks that surround it. Brian, is there anything you'd like to come in on that?
No, I'd just like to add to your thanks that, sort of Appendix 5 in the report gives a sort of estimated time of these works, and where feasible, if we can bring something forward, it certainly will be. But I think we do probably have to say that we'll be sticking to the timeline on Appendix 5, and that's on schedule as it stands.
Okay, so I take it that's a safety first approach, and if it was to be completed in advance of that, it would be good news, I would suggest. Absolutely. So thanks very much, Brian. Have we any more questions for the Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. It's really just 2.3 of the recommendations. It's basically noting the appeals period, but it also states that there's going to be, the development scheme is going to be brought forward to a future meeting. What meeting are we talking about? Is how near in the future?
It'll be when all the preparatory work's done for the meeting, Andrew, and whatever that is. Bearing in mind we're now going into holiday period, summertime, and it's a very small team, limited resources, and it'll be done as quickly as we can, and it'll come to the appropriate committee when all the hard work's done. Okay, so there's no time for it yet at this stage.
No, I appreciate that. I just wondered if they maybe had some sort of timeline in mind, that was all.
No, I'm not into guesstimates, Andy. I think given the complexity of this, we need to get it right and make sure that the staff get the proper time, proper resources to actually bring the paper to the appropriate committee. I mean, obviously it'll be after recess, so I'm sure you'll understand that. Yeah.
No problem.
Any other questions for the officers? Right, I'm not seeing any indication. No, the clerk's saying there's no other indication. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3 inclusive? Agreed. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks very much, Brian. And James, thank you. I'll see James later, I think. So let's move on to item 21, the capital investment strategy. the Vehicle Stroke Fleet Asset Class Capital Programme 2021 to 2024. Purpose of the report is to provide members with an update in relation to the outturn of the Vehicle Stroke Fleet Asset Capital Programme for that period of 2021 and the delivery of the programme for 2021-22 up to 23/24. And again, that refers to in the first volume of the paper on page 435 for clarity. We've got Gordon Bryce available through Teams to take any questions. Gordon, have you any update, or are you quite happy going straight to questions?
Just one short update, Chair, if I can, and it's on Appendix 2. That should show the detail of this year's plan. However, it seems to have lost detail in its structure when it's transferred over the park. But I can circulate that separately after the meeting if you think that would be helpful, Chair.
Okay, can you give us a rough idea what it refers to, Gordon, in case to save a question?
It will refer to the detail of the vehicles that are planned, the priority vehicles planned to be renewed this year.
Okay, so you can still answer questions for members if it comes. Okay, that's fine. Have we any questions for the officer? I've got silence again. Claire, have we nothing coming through? Okay, there's nothing coming through. So I'm going to move to recommendations then. So are members happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.3? Agreed, thank you. Gordon, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
I'm just looking at the time here. Okay, we'll go into item number 22, the Capital Investment Strategy for Land Asset Class Capital Outturn for years 2020 to 2021 and the 3-year programme for 2021-22 up to 23-24. Report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure. And again, just for information, that's in the first volume of the papers on page 445. So the purpose of the report is to provide members with the final outturn position for the Land Asset Capital Programme for 2021. The report also includes the proposed 3-year budget for the period 21-22 up to 23-24. We've got Nicola Simpson available through Teams to take any questions, and I see Robert Lowther's there as well. Supposed to be answer questions between the two of them. So Nicola or Robert, have we anything you want to add to this, or are you quite happy going to questions?
Happy just to go straight to questions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicola. So let's have questions for the report writers. John Young, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's in reference to the Market Hill Castle Douglas item on page 447. Now, it's been quite a significant time since the council investment of 125,000 for an inclusive play park and the following public consultation which took place with that release of funding. As a result, I would like to recommend a further period of public engagement to be undertaken to update the community and gather their views on their current plans, checking that these reflect the current needs and residents of Castle Douglas, because quite significant events have happened since this award in 2017-18. And we also have the example of the inclusive play park in Annan, which has recently been opened. And, you know, that park in Annan is now usable for the residents and for the children of Annan, whereas in Castle Douglas, the funding is still sitting at 125,000 with the Development Forum endeavouring to raise further funds. So I would like to put forward a recommendation for further consultation, which would reaffirm the location, the content, and should also include specific engagement with the children and parents of those children who have additional support needs, and perhaps also a ward event which would allow genuine public consultation on where and how the Castle Douglas Play Park should be placed. So I have a recommendation that I would like to place on chat, if you don't mind. I'll read it first. The recommendation is to agree a further period of engagement regarding the proposed Castle Douglas Inclusive Play Park to refine current plans covering, for example, the type of equipment proposed, the location, how it will be funded, and the project group membership be carried out in partnership with Castle Douglas Development Forum, supported by officers, as a matter of urgency and prior to the Council's investment being spent. I'll place that in chat at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, John, we'll come back to that when we get to the recommendations, but thanks for that at this moment in time. Any other people want to speak at this stage? I've got Jane and then Willie. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. What I was going to ask, it's a factual question. It still confuses me as to why the council remains responsible for headstones. If families, have headstones in cemeteries, why does it fall to the public to maintain those? I mean, my view is probably they should be parked somewhere safe and left rather than being repaired. Tell me if I'm wrong. I've got a second point, Chairman, which is about the Castle Douglas Play Park. This has gone for years, and I can think of probably communities right across the region who might well be able to use that sort of money. And I can't help thinking that it doesn't take most communities years to sort out and decide where they want to put the play park. So I'm sorry to be a little bit sharp about this, but I have to say I think there are probably other communities which could use this money.
I'm not disagreeing, Jane, but I think we have a long-standing council decision that Castle Douglas is one of the sites at this time, and if I'm picking up the tenure of Councillor Young's intervention earlier, it's that we need to bring this to a head to get the thing moving, basically, I think, is where I'm coming from on this, Jane. But I'm happy to let Robert, I think, probably will need to come in, or maybe... is it Robert who's got to come in on this one?
Yeah, if you like, Chair. Yeah, no, I think that if I'm picking up correctly from Councillor Young, it's to reaffirm the current standing within the community, the awareness of the project, and to potentially re-energise it. But there has been some work on securing funding, but not an awful lot of that from external funders, where that's where we're going to get the more significant match funding. And I think it's absolutely right, after we've come through an extraordinary period of time, that what was wanted pre-COVID is not necessarily wanted going post-COVID, and I think to kind of a pause and a reset of that would be quite reasonable and sensible. So that's unless there's any further questions, Chair.
No, I think that's probably answered it. Jane, are you okay with that?
Headstones, Chairman?
Oh, headstones, yeah.
If you'd like, Chair, I can speak to that. So you're absolutely right, Councillor Maitland. When it comes to memorial headstones, they are the responsibility of the families. Where we get issues is where they are very old memorial headstones, which tend to be of a significant size, and then it's the local authorities' responsibility from a health and safety perspective to ensure that the memorial headstones are safe. We don't necessarily repair them, we just make them safe, and an established method has been to trench them in, and or if that's not possible, but as a last resort, we'd lay them down flat. So it's not to take on the repair responsibilities of other families. The memorial headstones that we're looking at are at least 30 years old plus, so we don't have the contact details for those families, and we try and engage with communities where we can. but fundamentally it's the health and safety aspect of it, and as a result, as we all know, in the virtual room, the sad fatality of a child that was looked at in the Glasgow local authority area, and it was deemed the responsibility of the council. The fault was firmly put at their doors that they needed to ensure that from a safety perspective, all local authorities carry out appropriate inspections and appropriate actions to make those memorial headstones safe if they're found to be unstable. Chair, thank you.
Okay with that, Jane?
Thanks, Chairman. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I've got Willie, then the Vice Chair, Dougie Campbell, and then Sean Marshall in that order. So Willie first.
Yeah, Chair, just on page 447 again, sports pitches, I did refer to earlier, and Harry said he'd be coming back with a report. It's really to include the Stranraer Academy, or rather what Stranraer FC actually facilitate in facility management of the Mugga there. And I know that there was to be a sinking fund put in place so that when it comes back to refurbishment, then that would be available to us. But given COVID, given the use of the two Muggas, if we could get a report back on what's happening with the Stranraer Academy one, including use of it and what the current position is with it.
Well, that's a very good point, very well made, because there's a number of sinking funds across the region, and I'm actually wondering whether, I'll look to Derek here rather than the two officers online just now, whether that's a report for a further committee to make members aware of what the provisions are in all these different facilities.
Yeah, morning members. Thank you, Chairman. More than happy to make sure that information is made available in a future finance report to this committee, notwithstanding the delegations of the FPT committee. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much, Derek. That do you, Willie? Yeah. Thanks. John Martin.
Thanks, Chair. It's just back to the Castle Douglas Play Park. As I say, I can understand, as fully supportive, as I say, but they've had 3 or 4 years now to try and raise this, and I commend John for, as I say, for trying to bring this together again. But are we going to be setting a time scale for them to bring this together? Because it just seems like we're going back to the start, to 3 or 4 years ago. So are we setting a time scale, or are we going to allow another 3 or 4 years before it comes back here again?
I'll kind of come in here a wee bit, because I did take that very view myself, and I thought about it. I don't think it's practical to finish a consultation exercise in time for the next committee, because obviously we've got summer holidays and but I think you're right. We need to put a time frame on this, a reasonable time frame. Now, again, I'm kind of looking at my director here. Is would the next committee after that be a reasonable time? Do you think, Derek?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman, and certainly officers are hearing the members' comments today from both within and out with the ward. This council is proud of its commitment to inclusive parks, and I'm personally proud of that commitment, and I've seen them develop over the years, and the communities have done a fantastic job. Quite clearly, we want to see that extended to the parks that the council funded, especially given the consequences we're dealing with in relation to COVID, where we appreciate the importance of outdoor play and the health and well-being, particularly of those individuals and families who are most vulnerable. So this clearly is a priority for the council. Officers are hearing a clear signal from the chamber today, and on that basis I would be happy, Chairman, to bring a report to the meeting one after the recess. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's fine, Derek, because I was actually going to suggest we put in the end I can't remember exactly what John all said, but as a matter of urgency and prior to the Council's investment being spent, and with an early report coming back to this committee. So if we add that to the end of John's extra recommendation, it sends the message that this isn't hanging about. We need this to move on, and let's be blunt, you know, that the CD needs to understand is that if they want this, they need to muck in like everybody else has done. So it's as simple as that. Now, who else have I got? Dougie Campbell and then Sean Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add my support to the proposal put forward by Councillor Young. I'm just wondering, though, and I say this tongue-in-cheek, though, with the resurgence of Andy Murray, maybe we should also be talking about tennis courts now. I'll just throw that one out there. The Market Hill site for proposed site for the Inclusive Play Park always struck me as being a bit odd, and only 2 weeks ago I was filmed in my capacity as the environment champion for Clean Air Day, and I was speaking about the risks of that particular location in terms of exhaust fumes for young children, without knowing that this proposal was going to come forward. But as Robert, Derek, John and other members, including fellow ward members, know, that where there's a will for communities for the creation of a play park, there's a way. And it strikes me that Castle Douglas, it needs some new, fresh energy. And I think that Robert made a good point about pre and post-COVID outlooks for communities. But just to conclude, Chair, just to support the proposal put forward by Councillor Young.
Thanks, Dougie. I think that was a statement rather than a question for the officers. So, in supporting John Young, Sean, you come in first, and then I've got David Ingalls.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I really just wanted to say, I mean, we had a fantastic opening of the play park down in Annan last week, and I mean, it's just going from strength to strength. But I really just want to kind of place on record that what a brilliant example this is of, you know, collaborative working between communities, but also different parts and departments within the community's directorate. I think I've spoken. I see the two Nicola and Robert both been involved in that. Nicola kind of has been there and a bit of a driving force right from the start. I've had, you know, Karen has been involved from the Newton Sports and Leisure, and it was Richard Greaveson before that. And I've even had the director involved, you know, and lending his support as well. So not only, I think it's an absolute shining example of the directorate coming together and delivering something in conjunction with the community, and also other departments within the council as well. And we've got a fantastic facility there now as well. And I think don't underestimate the value that the local people put on the council actually doing things like this. I mean, you know, in times when the council gets slated for everything, I mean, the one thing that we have seen is that there's been nothing but congratulations and admiration from local communities when you deliver these play parks. And indeed as well, having been involved over the last 6 years with the Annan Play Park Steering Group, the kind of information sharing and help that we've had from the likes of Dumfries, you know, the flagship play park that was put up there. We've talked to Kakubri about their skate park, and you know, it's really just for Castle Douglas. I remember this isn't the first time that it came back to the committee, and it hasn't seemed to have got off the ground. We had a few challenges that we have overcome. You know, we had the site that no one wanted in Annan. We kind of chased away from that. There was another site that was unsuitable, but I think the support of the council and also other community partners we've got there. So I really, you know, I think it's the last chance for Castle Douglas, but don't hesitate to contact some of the successful groups that have implemented play parks across the region, because there's a lot of learning along the journey that, you know, that most of us have learned, so we can actually help towards that as well. And you know, I think Jane is right though. I mean, this initiative for the flagship play parks, hopefully we will continue to do this and make the funding available probably in the budget next year. But there is, you know, I'm working with another community, Eastrigg. It's got a master plan. It's a large community. It's got a master plan for a new play park. So, you know, there is communities queuing up, especially when we've got a limited budget for play park equipment. So, you know, if it is for whatever reason unsuccessful, then I'm sure we have to consider other communities within the region.
Thanks, Sean. I think I'm taking it to that you're offering support for Castle Douglas to take it forward. Just a yes or no answer will be fine.
No, absolutely. I think all community groups that have been involved in delivering these play parks, will help Castle Douglas. There doesn't. Obviously, I cannot understand why there doesn't seem to be any interest there to develop that. I don't know what the politics are or whatever, but really, when you're given this kind of opportunity, you should grasp it with both hands.
I take it that's a yes. Okay. Right, Sean. I think my last speaker coming in is David Ingles. Am I right? Sorry, and Jim Dempster after that. So, David Ingles, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a quick question on burial plots. I'm hoping it's appropriate to bring it up here. I'm sure you'll keep me right. I spoke to Robert regarding this and the policy regarding purchasing burial plots in cemeteries throughout Dumfries and Galloway, and there doesn't appear to be a consistent policy. I'm just wondering whether this is something that we can address. Thanks, Chair.
Robert, can you pick that up? I thought we did have a policy on that, but can you just come in?
Yeah, sure, Chair. Yeah, it's I think Councillor Ingles is right in so much as it's a bit of a postcode lottery throughout the region, that particularly where we've got larger, newer cemeteries, there has been historically the ability to pre-purchase ground, which there are challenges for on a number of reasons with that one, and just because of an accident of where you live and the circumstances with a different cemetery, you're not able to. So it's certainly something that we do need to have a look at, and we've spoken about it internally with a view to kind of looking at, as we're looking at our management rules, which we are actively currently doing. So that could be kind of added to that, and kind of really and truly, as we have so many challenges with SEPA and trying to establish new burial grounds moving forward, new cemeteries, the need to have pre-purchase is maybe something that we need to kind of look at, but that's something that I can take away, Chair, and with my colleague Nicola can look at adding that element to our management rule refresh, and then that can be brought back to members for members' decision.
Okay, Robert, thanks for that response. I kind of looked at the director at the time, so we can add that to the schedule of work for your service over the coming period. All right, so I've got the director's nod for that. So maybe start off, give David a shout and just find out exactly what his problem is, and then take it from there. But I'm also acutely aware that what's the process in Langham might be totally different from Port Patrick, so it's we could be opening up a can of worms here, but I think we need to look at it. I think it's absolutely right. Okay, so we can take that as an action from this committee. David, you okay with that?
Absolutely, Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't going to talk about burial grounds, but since you've mentioned it, I think it's a good idea that we allow pre-purchase. I think that would give folk comfort in the knowledge that they have somewhere to be laid to rest once their time on this earth is finished. On the SEPA issue, and I've been working with Nicola and Robert and other colleagues, I'm pleased with the way we're progressing an extension in my ward. But I wonder, and it's not for today, one of the issues with SEPA is open water and close proximity. And I wonder if we could pipe some of the smaller streams away, or have the stream piped past the cemetery, and in that way provide additional capacity in the limited ground we have. There's no for today, but I'll speak to Robert and Nicola offline. What I wanted to say was one of the success stories in Killahome was the accessible play park, and it's an absolutely fantastic facility. It's busy, and I am confident, I'm maybe speaking out of turn, but I'm confident that the Killahome Development Trust would be happy to support a group in Castle Douglas and show them how they got to the conclusion or completion of that park in a relatively short time scale. It was a great piece of work by a local community group, and I'm sure that they'll be able to assist if the Castle Douglas folk got themselves to that stage. The only thing I would say is I absolutely support Castle Douglas, but I do think that at some stage we will have to draw a line, because I don't think there's a community anywhere that wouldn't take that funding that's sitting dormant and use it and create a play area. So if Castle Douglas don't actually want it, we need to maybe establish that and free up that resource for somewhere else. But I do think it's the right thing to support Castle Douglas, but there has to be a limit or a time when we have to say, well, we'll use that money, and if you come forward at a later date, we'll revisit that application in a different way. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks for that very helpful interjection there. Pauline Drysdale.
Yeah, hi, Robert. Thanks very much, Chair. I would like to also support the additional recommendation of the Castle Douglas Park, but with the timelines added on so that we've got some sort of deadline as to that. Robert, can I thank you for your continued communication during COVID? You're always quick to respond. We have been talking on and off over a period of time with regards to what communities are actually looking for. And I probably want to revert back to the place programmes, which we've talked about in this committee meeting or read about. And I think going forward with play parks, it's not just the play park that we need to think about within the community. And Castle Douglas is actually going to be a prime example of that with regards to the actual location, excuse the word, using of the word place, because at the moment there has been the fitness trim trail introduced. We are looking, not we, sorry, our groups are looking at the park run, which is not actually implemented at the moment, curling walk, loch, going through a cat, and then finally, I personally, as a member, would like to see the possibility of Carling Walk Loch being brought back to life. It's really quite sad to see it not being used in the summer. So yeah, very much support the additional recommendation, take on board Councillor Maitland's points entirely. So therefore it's we need to look at how the money's being spent, and can it be, the actual park be encompassed with other things that are going on in and around Castle Douglas at this time. Thank you very much, Robert. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I don't think of anyone else registered to speak here, so I'm going to move to the recommendations. Sorry, John Young.
Sorry, Andy. Very quickly, Pauline. Carlingworth Loch is privately owned. That's a problem. It's not available for a cat.
Okay, we can have that cat fight outside the meeting. Sorry about the poor pun. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Now, we're happy to agree 2.1 to 2.7. Now, I'm picking up here that we are all comfortable with the extra 2.8 that Councillor Young has put round. I'm going to suggest, John, and ask that we put a sentence at the end with an early report coming to this committee, and rather than put a time scale on it, the Director has indicated that not the August committee, but the one after that is the likely first chance we can get that to come here. But I think the message has gone out loud and clear that we want something, and we want something done, and we need to move this forward at a pace. So we'll leave that. Are we all happy with that extra recommendation? So that would be 2.1 to 2.8 with that small amendment that I put in there about early report.
Happy with that.
You agree with that, John? Thank you very much. So are members agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Now, I'm looking at time here. We did say we'd have stop for lunch at 1. It's 7 minutes off it. I'm tempted to take the waste service paper and then have lunch. I think that's probably a safe thing to do, and a nice break time. So I'm going to take item 23 now. Yeah, the waste service budgetary arrangements for waste treatment and disposal fees and charges for waste collection, capital grants for recycling improvement, and temporary changes to recycling centre hours. Report by the Head of Roads and Infrastructure, and that's in volume 2 of the papers. That's the ones that came out on the 22nd of June, starting at page 17. Now, this report provides members with an update on the rollout of the curbside collection service for dry recycling, and also provides members with details on the Zero Waste Scotland Recycling Improvement Fund. We've got James MacLeod available again through Teams to take any questions on the report. James, is there any updates you would need the committee to be aware of? Are you happy going to questions?
Updates, Chair. No updates at all.
Okay, thanks very much. So I'm going to throw this open now to members. Willie? Sorry? So the order I've got is from the clerk is Adam, then Willie. Okay, Adam, you first.
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Sorry, my laptop, for those who don't know already, usually has about a 2-minute delay on it when I ask it to do something. I welcome the fact that we're trying to utilise external funding. I welcome this report coming here. Obviously, we've been through our transformation programme, and one of those key themes about consolidating our assets. And I noticed that a couple of the things here that we are scoping out is a new HWRC and extensions to some of our HWRCs. I'm just wondering, obviously, in line with some of those principles of the transformation programme, are these proposals absolutely necessary? You know, I'm thinking instead of maybe extending some of our existing HWRCs, could we maybe locate some of the compactors in those HWRCs to negate the need to increase to extend the existing HWRCs? And what assessment have we done or will we do on the recurring costs of any of these investments that are made?
Yeah, thank you. Through yourself, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Yeah, some very valid observations in that. In terms of the HWRC proposals in the Langham area, this is historical, and I would acknowledge that you know, goes back a number of years when we were probably less focused on reducing the asset, and we've picked up on a sort of a kind of wee bit of a black hole in terms of availability of recycling facilities, and for those of you that are aware, we have cardboard recycling in one of the car parks of one of the supermarkets in Langham to support the community there. So there is a desire to do more recycling and the distances from there. But ultimately, the decision would lie with members as to whether we would want to bid for capital monies for this. In terms of the extensions to the existing household waste recycling centres, compactors do offer some additional space, and that's something we would be looking to put in place at a couple of the sites. By having a compactor, we can get a lot more material in a material that isn't necessarily sent for any recycling. Sort of general waste goes in the compactor, but if we can get a compactor on the site, then we don't need two larger skips, and then there's more space for other recycling streams. But extensions, particularly to the Lockerbie site, would allow us to increase the number of skips. Increasing the number of skips or number of receptacles thus allows us to separate more materials, and the greater separation at a household waste recycling centre obviously increases our recycling rates and costs for recycling. But yeah, as we take this forward, we certainly would be looking to identify additional costs, limited additional costs with an extension to a site like Lockerbie. Clearly more additional costs associated with the provision of a new site at Langham.
Okay, Adam?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And Willie, then Jane, then Gail McGregor. Okay, so Willie first.
Yeah, just a couple of quick points, Chair, and it's just on 3.3.5 and Zero Waste Scotland and the opportunities that might be available there. James has visited the community reuse shop in Stranraer, and that's a unique, I believe, if not in Dumfries and Galloway, throughout the whole of Scotland, and the ability to increase from the house waste system there working cheek by jowl in getting that out. So I think in terms of that, there's a lot to be learned from the community reuse shop in Stranraer in production of site plans for recycling, and also provision foundation for a proposed reuse facility in Dumfries for the zero waste park. So I think we should learn from the Stranraer. I know James, as I say, has visited the Stranraer site. In 3.4.3, and that's about increased capacity for busier sites, I would hope that we could look at the 10-minute appointment system to maybe increase the number of opportunities for people to visit the sites on that, and to increase capacity that way, because it is very much used, it's extensively used, and could be better if we had more facilities, more capacity in the 10-minute appointments.
Willie, thanks. Yeah, as you're aware, that myself and the Vice Chair, we visited down there before the pandemic, and very impressed with it. And James will confirm it, it is in the plans for the big place in Dumfries to have something very similar. And I think we'd be remiss, James, if we didn't actually build on the expertise that's been gathered down at the Stranraer site when we come to the Dumfries end. Doesn't mean to say we've got to model it entirely exactly, but we can obviously learn from their experience. I think is probably the best way of putting it. Is there anything you'd like to add to Willie on that? Or are you quite happy?
I think, Chair, just maybe to add on the Stranraer facility. So it's probably worth noting that the Stranraer facility has been incredibly successful, and as an exemplar for us, and something we'll be taking as much good practice from as we look to develop a similar facility for the Dumfries Zero Waste Park. The Paul Smith, who manages that facility, is looking to extend it further. So successful has it been, and working with the Waste Service and with colleagues in economic development, members should be aware that we are looking in ways that we can support them in extending that facility, and putting in a bid for monies through the Recycling Improvement Fund. So it would be something that's not led by the Waste Service, more led by economic development, which I appreciate doesn't sit under communities. But just for you, I think it's a good news story as it develops, and my service will be supporting economic development and Paul with the Stranraer Furniture Project in that, because it's obviously a great benefit in reuse and keeping materials out of sort of the recycling and recovery and worst of all, landfill, if it can't be reused.
Yeah, thanks very much, James. Of course, Sean Marshall's been quick on the chat to actually say, yeah, but there's a similar type, same model down at Annan as well. So I think the more of these models we can bring together, the better, obviously, for everyone. So I'm going to move on. So it's Jane now.
Just on the increase on the household waste centres, if we could see the capacity increased, is there any way in doing that?
Yeah, I think that was built in, is it? No, in the paper, if I remember correctly. But James, can you give Councillor Scobie a...
Yeah, Councillor Scobie, yeah. I mean, the booking system has been incredibly successful for the service, allowing much better management of the sites for and a variety of reasons were provided to subcommittee earlier in the month, which were available in those papers. We're looking to improve further that system, and one of those improvements would be to have more flexibility in the length of the booking time. So to maybe reduce the 10 minutes down to a shorter period of time, which obviously get more bookings in there, or on different sites looking to have more cars per 10 minutes. So instead of 3, as it's the case at Newton Stewart and Stranraer, perhaps 4 every 10 minutes, and that would be something that we would be keen to take forward, and the booking systems allowed us obviously to determine how popular the sites are, so that's been very good in that regard. But absolutely, we want to make it easy for people to recycle.
Okay, so it's on the radar, James. Thank you. Jane?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I add my commendations. Community reuse facility. It's excellent. Chairman, I just want to, it's a factual question. It's the solar photovoltaic array. In the earlier report that we looked at, I'm not absolutely certain whether I misread this, but it talked about the current allocation will not, however, fund the life cycle maintenance works where 300,000 per year will be required. Now, is that simply a kind of misreading of the whole thing? And is that the whole eco-deco, or is it the photovoltaic array? I'm not absolutely clear.
Through yourself, Chair, the monies referred to, I think I'm assuming here Councillor Maitland is referring to Committee Paper 5, which Stephen and Harry took here. No, the monies that are referred to in that are the life cycle maintenance for the whole of the waste treatment and disposal service. So that includes the Eco-Deco MBT, along with the 12 household waste recycling centres, the transfer stations and the like. There is no, at this stage, indication of any life cycle maintenance costs for the solar PV array facility, but it's still a very early stage in that full business case.
Thank you, Chairman. My final question and plea would be, in the future, could we possibly go back to people being able to being helped at the household waste centres? It used to be the case that elderly people were helped to get garden waste, etc., out of their cars, and that obviously can't happen at the moment. But as soon as we can, could we go back to that, please, as a service to the public?
Chair, again through yourself, 100% agree with you. We're doing everything we can. Obviously, there's been a kind of slight move away from progress with regards to the Delta variant of the the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're slightly reluctant. We're still working at a national level, taking advice from through working groups, the Scottish Government, and through the Waste Managers Officers Network, which is a group of all the local authorities in Scotland. As soon as we can, we will be moving back to assisting members of the public at the sites as they require.
You okay with that, Jane? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Gail.
Thanks very much, Chair. Jane covered one of the points about assisting older people, so that's absolutely fine. I just wonder at what point we'll have a review potentially of glass recycling. Certainly now it's been rolled out in my area fairly successfully, I would say, and I'm absolutely brilliant at washing out my containers personally. The one issue that does keep cropping up is why do we not have glass recycling? Now I appreciate that we've got drop-offs at supermarkets and the such like, and we're putting in points across the region. And all of this was hinging on the deposit return scheme going live. Now it's not going to go live until July 2022. And I would say that I'm fairly sceptical about the amount of people that will take their bottle back for 20p or whatever the price is. So are we factoring in a sort of glass recycling review? I think that would be incredibly helpful, because if we're going to do this, we have to do it properly. And I think that the operational workload on our staff having to collect all the glass from various sites would almost be equal to actually just picking them up on the curbside, alongside other waste potentially. So it's just to factor that into our future thinking. Are we going to look again at glass recycling?
Chair, through yourself, Councillor McGregor, there isn't at this stage, we've got quite a few things on the sort of forward plan, and some of those you'll be picking up within the committee report, things like garden waste service or such like. We are taking very much a national advice from Zero Waste Scotland on glass collection curbside. So glass collection curbside is very much not to be progressed, and some authorities mix glass with other waste streams. That adds to the costs that the materials recovery facilities. So to separate them out is harder. The code of practice for household recycling in Scotland, is currently being reviewed in light of things like deposit return scheme, and they're hoping to publish an updated version later this year. It's very positive to hear that the system that we've rolled out is the system that's going forward in the revised version. So paper and card, pipers as it's sometimes referred to, in one bin, metals, plastics and cartons in another bin, and glass collected from bring points rather than from curbside. I mean, the cost of collecting glass curbside would require effectively a third vehicle going around, because ideally glass doesn't work very well in a standard refuse collection vehicle. Just the nature of glass damages the vehicle, and it doesn't, let's get a little bit technical here, it doesn't compact very well with a compactor from the back. So if you buy bespoke glass collection vehicles, generally they are top loader vehicles, so the glass is dumped on the top and breaks like that. So it would be quite an expensive curbside service to put in place. So yes, I acknowledge that deposit return may be further delayed. I honestly don't know, but I think you should be mindful that when we come to the deposit return scheme, the nature of the proposals from Scottish Government would see reverse vending machines being probably a very popular option, where you basically put it back in and it gives you your 20 pence at the supermarket or other locations. But also if you have delivery, if you have companies that deliver to your house, so the supermarkets that deliver to the houses will have to offer the service of collecting bottles from the house. So that's something which I imagine quite a lot of residents in Dumfries and Galloway take the opportunity to, so that your supermarket delivery guy would then give you a credit note or the money for the bottles to be returned.
Okay with that? Okay, Gil, you okay with that? Thank you. I've got one last speaker, and then I think we'll move on to the recommendations. So I've got Pauline and then recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, James. Thanks for the hard work you've done. And I would love to name officers, but I'm not going to, for all the hard work they've carried out, because I'm fear of them being hounded. So, but, you know, we've obviously been facing some challenges. It was a huge project to roll out. I do congratulate you on that. What I wanted to ask you was, with regards to the glass collection, if it's remaining as it is at present, we've had a lot of complaints as councillors with regards to the noise levels after certain hours. Now, one of your officers was going to look into that for me and for other councillors, I believe, but with the idea of possibly putting up signage of reduced hours, so people can't be flinging bottles into bins. And obviously these officers have added additional bins in the smaller villages and more rural areas, which are most helpful. But could I just have your sort of assurance that going forward we might look at signage on the bins to try and reduce the noise levels, because it can be quite disturbing at all times of night and day. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, for yourself, Councillor Drysdale. Yeah, the intention, and I have to say I don't have the exact detail on it, because I thought we were putting stickers on the bin which would say please refrain from using after 9 o'clock at night or before 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's something we would like to put on the bin. So I thought we had that in hand. We probably do, but if we don't, then that's my understanding of what we were going to be doing. I think we were maybe looking at putting some additional stickers on the bins to say no trade waste, because we have discovered in a couple of instances, and the locations will remain nameless, but we have discovered in a couple of instances that some facilities have decided they no longer require a trade waste collection of glass, and because the council's helpfully put a glass bin quite close to their facility. So we're trying to knock that one on the head, because obviously these facilities are designed for the public and not for trade. So I think we are looking at stickering all the bins, and this will be the information that's provided, because I absolutely agree. We want to avoid their use late at night.
That's great. Thanks very much, James. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for the compliment on the service.
Thanks very much, James. Okay, so I'm now going to move the recommendations. So are we happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.4? Okay, I'll take silence as agreement. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm now proposing that we have a recess for lunch. It is coming up towards 1:15. I'm suggesting we reconvene at 1:45. Do you have half an hour? Yep. Thanks very much. So thanks everybody for the contribution so far, and we'll see you at 1:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, members and members of the public looking in. Welcome to the second half of today's meeting. Just for the sediment, can we see who are we? Corey, Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, certainly. Corey, currently 17 members present.
Okay, thank you. In that case, for Corey, we'll move on then to item 24, the Road Service Improvement Action Plan. And that again is contained in the volume 1 of the papers and starts at page 463, just for ease of access. So the report provides members with the opportunity to consider progress on the Road Service Improvement Action Plan and agree the progression of a procurement process to appoint a resource to assist with the delivery of the requirements of the Transport Scotland Act 2019, decriminalising parking enforcement and the development of the Council's parking strategy. Members are also asked to note the progress to date with the preparation and planning for the Roads Recovery Fund. We've got Mike Fox on Teams to take any questions. Mike, have you any updates, or are you quite happy for going to questions?
Thanks, Chair. Just happy to go to questions.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Invite questions now from members for the officer. John Martin.
It's just at 310. It says members will be asked to consider the decriminalisation of parking enforcement later in the year. I take it that's we're going to discuss the decriminalisation of parking, because it could read there the decriminalisation of parking enforcement later in the year. It may need a comma, but I don't know.
You take the point that we're talking about, Mike, yeah?
Yeah.
The comma makes all the difference to the sentence.
Yeah, But yeah, the intention is that there will be a paper brought forward around decriminalised parking and the options that are available.
No, it was just it kind of read, if you didn't read it right, the parking enforcement's coming in late.
Yeah.
We
That's
can,
noted, thank you.
we can make sure that the clerk amends the recommendations when it comes to that, assuming that the recommendations are as they are. So it reflects, I think, it's grammatical, isn't it, rather than factual. It just it doesn't. It's the way it reads. But that's easy sorted. Anyone else wanting to come in? John Young.
Thanks, Chair. Again, it's with reference to the decriminalisation of parking. Could we make sure there's full member and public engagement in this consultation while we develop our policies on this? Thanks.
Mike, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Certainly the local authorities so far in Scotland that have started to progress and decriminalise parking have identified, that need for engagement is critical as we kind of go through this process. So, the evidence is there that's one of the best ways to take it forward.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Anybody else? Sorry, Rob? Rob first, and then Jane Maitland.
Thanks, Chairman. A quick note to put on record my thanks to Mike and all the team that spent quite a lot of time with the leader and I yesterday afternoon, taking us through how potholes are patched, doing a practical demonstration, answering really any and every one of my daft laddie questions, certainly, which I think most officers will know I tend to specialise in. But certainly, I think the amount of information that we were provided with, and the chance to speak to the folk who do the work face to face was really valuable from my perspective, and very much appreciated. And I wanted to put that on the record today with your leave, Chairman. And it was with that in mind that I was looking particularly at page 466 and the communication work package group 3.18, because while I suppose at face value that might seem maybe a curious thing to be considering in the context of this. I think actually it's absolutely essential. I think that the more we are able to communicate with the public and with other members, with MPs and MSPs, the work that's planned, the work that's happening, and if something hasn't been able to be done, actually, what the practical reasons are that have maybe got in the way, as well as what our plans are for the future, I think is actually a really critical piece of work. Because the fact is that there's a huge amount of work being done to improve our roads network. And I think it's really important that we're helping to do that justice by communicating it with the public. So I'm really pleased to see 3.18, and I suppose just looking both to Mike and maybe to yourself, Chairman, for reassurance that we'll be able to maybe track that through as it's being implemented and rolled out further during the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Davison, for his comments after the visit on Monday. I think certainly the team out here really appreciated the visit and the positive comments as well. On item 318, the communication work package group, it's within the road service review is identified as a critical element for the service to move forward, and the team that has been set up to take this work package forward are so enthusiastic about it and looking at and seizing the opportunities that are available to them to make sure that the service communication with everybody, be it members or be it members of the public, is as good as it possibly can be. So there's an absolute need to keep this going.
Thanks, Mike. You okay with that, Rob? Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Dougie Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. It's just to ask Mike, in relation to paragraph 3.7 and 3.8, and it seems to me that active travel measures go hand in hand potentially with the provision of 20 mile an hour schemes. I think the last time we had this report at committee, there was reference to the pilot project that had taken place within Borders Council for 20 mile an hour zones, and that it was then at that point at the sort of public consultation phase. I'm certainly picking up a clamour across communities in the region for 20 mile an hour limits to be introduced to Dumfries and Galloway. Do we have any indication of
I think we've lost you, Dougie.
Can you hear me okay, Chair?
No, we got up to, you were asking Mike if there were any indications, and then it went dead for a wee while.
Sorry, Chair, I don't know what happened there. It was just to see if there had been any information coming out from Borders Council in relation to the pilot project they had on 20 mile an hour zones, because I'm certainly picking up and a lot of enthusiasm across communities in Dumfries and Galloway for 20 mile an hour zones. And to me, certainly, it makes sense that this is something we should be looking at seriously as a council as we make considerable progress on active travel measures.
Mike, just go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Chair, thank you. There is feedback available. It's still not a full picture yet from Scottish Borders. They've been working in a close working relationship with Napier University in Edinburgh to monitor and look at the effectiveness of the sort of the blanket 20 mile an hour. I think that at the moment there is a general feel that some of the locations, some of the without any specifics given, that some may revert back to 30 mile an hour speed limit zones, but there's no definitive position on that from Scottish Borders.
Yeah, thanks for that. Chair, if I may, it'd just be helpful, I think, when we do see a definitive position coming from Borders Council, that it could be perhaps included in the report for members to consider.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Sorry, I cut across your mic. What did you say?
I'm just happy to bring that forward, Chair.
Okay, yeah, I'll confirm it as part of the process, Dougie. Okay. Anyone else got a question for Mike? No, I'm going to take that silence as no. So I'm going to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3? Okay, silence agreed. Thank you very much. Mike, thanks very much for your time. Now we move on to item number 25, Communities Director Arrangements. The purpose of this report is to give members an overview of the Directorate to provide a wider and longer term context for the 4 business plans, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Just for ease, it's in volume 2 at page 27. Derek Crichton, the Director, is here to answer any questions in the report. Derek, are you ready just to go straight to questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to go straight to questions.
Willie?
It's really to note that the report, but recognise the amount of work that has been put in up to now with the Directorate, from the Directorate right down to grassroots, people at the front during COVID, the amount of work that's been put in. I think I made reference to it earlier, to now we're looking at the RRR subcommittee again in looking at COVID, how we're dealing with it and so forth. And it's really, there is a tremendous amount of work being done under the Communities Directorate, and whether, that can be sustained just in the current level of directors that we've got just now, whether we should be reviewing that whole issue.
Points well made, Willie, and I understand this is like an umbrella report for the other deeper, parts of the department plans to sit underneath. And I think we need to echo your point here, just that the members of the Communities Directorate have gone way beyond what we could ever expected of them when COVID struck. And whilst that's across the whole Directorate, I think we need to pay particular attention to a lot of the members who are on very low salary bars, who are so prepared to just muck in and do their bit, Derek. And again, once again, I think the committee just needs to say a vote of thanks to them. I think that's kind of the thrust of what you're saying, Willie, isn't it? Has anybody else got any other comment or reflection? Jane, you'd like to come in, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points to say is that we'll all have received the book, Here Is Our Story, which actually I really enjoyed, and I think that members might like to dip into it to get fictionalized, but nevertheless clearly strands of reality poking through of how people have felt and our staff have felt going through this whole process. The other thing I wanted to say, and this is a shootly peg, I accept. I don't know if anybody's been round the roundabout just south of the A75 by the bridge. Well, I had to go round it twice because the flowers are just so fabulous, that I nearly, I think, caused an accident. And that's just part and parcel of staff doing job which is nothing directly to do with COVID, but just getting on with it and doing the sort of quality stuff that they all do all the time. And if you haven't been to see it, can I recommend that you look at the lupins? They're fabulous. Thanks, Chairman.
I now realise when you went round and round, you weren't lost, Jane, you were looking at the flowers. So, but thank you for that compliment on behalf of the department and the gardening team in particular. Some quite outstanding contributions are coming in from there, all across the region. But that one is a particularly good example of a wee bit of foresight from, guys who are never in the wildest dreams would ever be considered as senior managers or anything like that at all. They're the shop floor guys who put their heads together and came up with a plan that was agreed, and of course it's come to fruition. And I actually think, and I'm looking at Derek here, this is something that could be replicated across the region as a long-term issue rather than planting new flowers every single year. It's I think perennials, Derek, am I right? Yeah, a border that won't have to be replanted. It'll just have to be a wee bit TLC every spring to bring it back to its glory as it is just now. So I totally agree with you, Jane. Is there anybody else got any questions for Derek on this part of the paper? Willie, come in. Yeah.
It's how we place on record. And I was speaking to one of the road operatives up in Commerce Road the last week. It's amazing just what kind of queer inquiries they get made of them, and they still respond. This is about serving the public, and this is what local government is about. And it's how we recognise that and value that in the amount of work Jane's referred to flowers. It's across the board, and as you rightly say, these are the low-paid workers, right up to directorate and how we've been kept informed of the COVID and so forth. And it's how we recognise that. We didn't get the £500 from Scottish Government that would have gone some way of doing it, but we've got to recognise that these are people that are out there serving the public and did so throughout the whole COVID, lifting the bins, seeing the issues that the place didn't become unkempt and all the rest. So I think we've got to recognise that, Chair, and I'm sure everybody does.
I think I'm looking at Derek here, but I think once we're never going to get rid of COVID, right? That's the reality. But once we get it under control better and we learn to live with it better, I'm fairly certain we'll have some form of informal event to thank the staff for all the work they've done over the time, and the volunteers. Let's not forget them, who've been crucial in delivering a lot of the services alongside our staff. And it's quite interesting because I let you know that I actually sit in the IJB, and what they're saying, the Health Social Care Partnership, is that the cooperation from the council, and they actually do say it, in particular the Communities Directorate, has been fantastic. That doesn't mean to take anything away from any of the other council departments, but that was a specific point that was made by the Chief Officer a few meetings ago. So it's a congratulations, I would suggest, from everyone on the way it's behaved and adapted to the situation. Exemplary, as you say, Wally. Right, I'm ready to close this down because unless there's anybody else wants to comment particularly, I'd rather get on to move on now into the specific business plans. So we've been invited to reflect and comment, and I think we've done that, so everybody should be happy with that. Yep. So we'll go to item 26, Roads and Infrastructure Service Business Plan for 2019 to 23 and 2021/22, refresh and summary of the 2020 to 21 performance, again by the Head of Roads and Infrastructure. Again, that's in volume 2 at page 31, just for ease. The purpose of the report is to present the business plan refresh for the roads and infrastructure, which takes account of the impact that COVID-19 has had in the service and outlines the key areas of focus for the year ahead. The report also provides a summary of performance for 2021, and again we've got Stephen Herriott online to answer any questions on the report. So, Stephen, is there any update, or are you happy just to go questions?
Chair, if I could maybe give a brief update. I noticed that Annex 3 to the Roads and Infrastructure Business Plan is a one-pager with a small table on the financial budget. It actually is referring to neighbourhood services, so I'll make sure that's corrected on the published version on the website and it should reflect the Roads and Infrastructure Service in terms of the 3 lines, totalling about £20.6 million revenue in the budget. So I'll make sure that's corrected online. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Stephen. Have you got questions for Stephen? I'm not picking up any questions, Stephen. It looks as though it's going to be an easy afternoon for this part for you. Just give it a final minute or two for people maybe having difficulty communicating. I think, to be fair, a lot of this has been covered in seminars and the like, so members will be content, I would suggest. So, given the absence of any questions for you, Stephen, I'm going to move to recommendations. So, are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.3 in the paper? Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen. We'll move on to 27, Community Planning and Engagement Business Plan, and for 19 to 23, and then the 21-22 refresh and summary of 2021 performance, report by Community Planning and Engagement Manager. The purpose of this report is to present the business plan refresh for community planning and engagement, which takes account of the impact of COVID it's had on the service and outlines the key areas of focus for the year ahead. The report also provides a summary of performance for 2021, and again, just for ease, that's in volume 2 on page 75 it starts. I've got Liz Manson here to take any questions. Liz, have you any update?
No, fine, thank you, Chair. Happy to go straight to questions.
Thank you very much, Liz. Any questions for Liz? Looks like you're lucky afternoon as well, Liz. I'll just give people an extra couple of minutes to work their way around about the system. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody coming in with any questions, Liz, so I'm going to move to recommendations. So are members happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3 in the recommendations? Agreed. Okay, Liz, thanks very much for your time on that one. We'll move on to item 28, the Governance and Assurance Business Plan, 2019 to 23, 21-22 refresh and summary of 2021 performance. Report by the Head of Governance and Assurance. The purpose of this report is to present the business plan refresh for governance and assurance, which takes account of the impact that COVID-19 has had on the service and outlines the key areas of focus for the year ahead. The report also provides a summary of performance for 2021, and we've got Vlad Valiente online here to take any questions. Vlad, have you any update on this?
No update, thanks, Chair, and ready for any questions.
Thanks very much. So we'll go straight to questions for Vlad. Councillor Stitt.
Just looking at page 130, under 2.1, it comes down to number 10, 657 fly tipping complaints dealt with, leading to 37 fixed penalty notices. Seems like a meagre fixed penalty points when he had 657 tipping complaints to deal with.
Just give Vlad a chance to look it up.
Yeah, I would have to look into that particular stat and the context behind it. I'm happy to look into that and report back to members.
That's fine, Andy.
If you could please, Vlad, that would be helpful. I don't think we've got a performance bonus in that scheme, have we?
Not that I'm aware of.
I know it's the legal eye looking at the corner of your eyes at me there, Vlad. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else got a question for Vlad? Sorry, Jane? Gail, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, just on the back of that, we know there's been an increase in fly tipping probably initially due to COVID and refuse centres and what have you not being open. We personally had an issue on our farm which was dealt with absolutely not a problem by ourselves, and I'm aware of another farm on the edge of Dumfries that had similar problems as well. When we approached community safety and the teams to ask if we could get some signage, they don't have any. So I suppose my plea to you would be, we're making all these fancy signs for the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, welcoming visitors here, but we don't have basic signage to try and prevent folk from fly tipping. So maybe we just need to get a better stock of those and that would help. Thanks.
Okay, Vlad, you agree with that? Yep, I think it's a perfectly reasonable request.
Absolutely. Chair, yeah, happy to look into that as well. That's a very reasonable request and we can look into that.
Okay, thanks, Gail. Anyone else? Willie?
Yeah, Chair, it's just a comment really, and to thank Vlad on page 130, and it's about the collaborative working with stakeholders and the outlined citizens, customer, staff, elected members and partners. And it's some of the more complex and difficult cases where elected members, at least I can say that as an elected member on casework, and there are some difficult cases out there, some with very much mental health issues that do add that complexity. And from what Vlad is saying, just it doesn't stop it. You need a mandate. I think it's that the member, at least I was assured from Vlad, that it's about that collaborative working together with the various agencies, from social work to police to RSLs and so forth. That's there, and I felt in the past it just wasn't exactly there. So just more or less to thank Vlad for that reassurance on talking to him yesterday.
Okay, Vlad, can you give that for members?
Yeah, I guess just in terms of the ways that we should be dealing with these type of cases is in a collaborative approach, particularly those social work type matters that actually impact on wider teams, some of them which fall within governance and assurance, community safety and so on. But absolutely, it's I guess governance and assurance are the heart of the council's business, and therefore when things come in, we're in a kind of prime position to try and coordinate some of that, and that's all we've tried to do.
Okay, thanks, Vlad. Okay, well, anyone else a question for Vlad? Just give him a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm not seeing any more requests to speak or ask questions, so I'm going to move to recommendations. So are members happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3 as outlined in the paper? Agreed. Thanks very much. Vlad, thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to item number 29, Neighbourhood Services Business Plan 2019-2023 and the 21-22 refresh and the summary of 2021 performance. Again, the purpose of this report is to present the business plan refresh for neighbourhood services, which takes account of the impact of COVID that has had in the service and outlines the key areas of focus for the years ahead, or the year ahead, sorry. The report also provides a summary of performance for 2021. Again, we've got Harry here to take questions in this report. Have you any update, Harry? Are you happy with it as it stands?
Nothing to add, thanks, Chair. I'm very happy to answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Harry. So, questions for Harry? I think that's Jane, is it? Jane, please.
It is. It's just a small one. It's on page 172, which is about the number of vehicle insurance claims. I'm sort of curious that it's not a meaningful indicator, Harry. So, I mean, is this about public satisfaction or is this our own insurance claims? It's not absolutely certain what is actually being got at here.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. Yeah, it's our own vehicles, Councillor Maitland, and I guess it's particularly difficult to have an indicator that's meaningful. That obviously the intention and focus is always to try and have no claims at all. So that's why it's been presented as part of the proposed amendments to the business plan moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, Jane?
Yep, sorry.
Okay. Anyone else got questions for Harry? Just give him a second or two, Harry. No, got no more indications of anybody wanting to speak or ask a question. So I'm going to move to recommendations. So are members happy to agree 2.1 to 2.3 as outlined in the paper? Agreed. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll now move on
Chair.
to...
Thanks, members.
Thanks very much, Harry. Okay. Now move on. Item 30, any other business deemed urgent. So I'm taking at 30A the paper, the late paper that was circulated about the Afghan locally employed staff relocation scheme, Dumfries and Galloway participation. This report asks members to agree to Dumfries and Galloway Council's participation in the Afghan locally employed people's relocation scheme. Okay, and Liz is online. Liz, have we any update on this, or are we happy just to go straight to questions?
No, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to go straight to questions, and hopefully the report is self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Liz. Yeah, members, anyone want to ask a question of Liz? I'm not catching anybody at all, Liz, and I'm ready. I think from the chair I would like to say I think it's part of our moral obligation and we should be doing it, but I'll obviously wait for members to agree. Just for context, I think we need to be really clear just exactly how many people or families we might be talking about here before rumour mongers get a hold of it and we end up with bus loads, train loads, you know. We're talking about 2 or 3 families, aren't we, or thereabout. It would be our share.
That's right, two to 4 families, yes.
Okay, thanks very much for clarifying that for me. I just felt because I appreciate some of the media might be listening and the public might be listening, they need to be just aware of that. So, I'm not seeing, is that John Young want to speak?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm not sure if this can be answered. Obviously, each of the families would be feeling a lot more secure if they had other families round about them. Will these people tend to be housed in one area so they can lean on each other during this very difficult time for them? Or can you not answer that?
We have taken an approach with their Syrian refugees that we certainly make sure that the families are located reasonably close to each other, but not necessarily immediately, so that they have a network and they can build their own relationships. But the reason certainly that we're recommending a minimum of 2 is that so indeed there is some companionship, certainly in the early stages.
Thanks very much. John Martin.
Thanks, Chair. I think this report is a no-brainer, really. Like, as I say, these people actually put their lives and their families' lives at risk in Afghanistan. I think, as the Chair said, I think it's morally right that we do something to help them now. So I'll just go with it. I would just go with the recommendation.
Thanks very much, John. I'm just seeing if there's any other buddy that wants to speak.
Jim Dempster and Dougie Campbell.
I've got Jim Dempster then Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. No, I agree with everything that's been said. The only thing is being pedantic. I thought it said individuals or families, so it might not necessarily be families, but I'm sure they'll be welcome no matter whether they're individuals or families.
Thanks, Jim. Dougie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just keep this brief. I have to say, it just makes me enormously proud to be part of Dumfries and Galloway Council by the way in which we are keen to support people and to integrate into our communities, and the the support we gave to Syrian refugees, are still giving to Syrian refugees, is a very good example of that. And, you know, I just think it's a tremendous thing that we are doing as a council to play our part in supporting people from sort of troubled and war-torn locations. Thank you.
No problem then. So I think I'm ready to move to the recommendation, and that asks us to agree for the Council's participation in the Afghan Locally Employed People's Relocation Scheme. Have we agreed? Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to Section 31 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Consider adoption of resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of Section 50A, subsection 4, and paragraphs 1, 3, 6, 8 and 9, brackets 3 exempt reports. Are we agreeing to adopt that resolution? Agreed, thank you. Now, just before I start, I did have a request from